Great. All set? Good afternoon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute all your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with a written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video conference or during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Housing and Affairs, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will then comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff at this time for any of the items in the afternoon slot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, item 22, may have conflict of interest because I live very close to that location.
Thank you, Mr. Fazeli. So when that item is called, we'll ask you to step out of the,
Please,
of the
thanks.
room. Yeah. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no files to be closed.
Thank you. All right. So first item, number 14 on the afternoon agenda, 581 Oriole Parkway. The purpose of the application is to construct a new rear deck and rear balcony to the existing dwelling. Variances are north side lot line setbacks for both rear balconies, encroachment into the rear yard setback for the second-story rear balcony, rear yard landscaping, encroachment into the rear yard setback for a rear platform, and as well for area of a second-story rear balcony. On file, I have materials from the applicant, planning rationale report, as well as a letter of objection from 577 Oriole Parkway, email from Metrolinx, and a letter of support from 585 Oriole Parkway. Is the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, applicant for the property, or agent for the applicant, sorry.
Good afternoon. Would you be able to give us a brief presentation on the application?
Absolutely. We are replacing a ground floor deck. The footprint of the deck is on the site plan and indicated. We are reducing the overall deck area from what was existing. We are planning on doing a second floor balcony. Before, it was more of a Juliet balcony and not easily accessible or usable. The balcony will be fairly narrow at 1.52 meters. We have proposed 1.5 meter privacy screening on both sides of the balcony in order to reduce overlook and provide the neighbors privacy. We are reducing the area of hard landscaping and increasing the soft landscape area by 11.72 square meters to 21.62, up from the 9.90 that was existing.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump in, and I will make sure that you have all of your time. If we're making some changes to the variances, can you please go through, let's pull up the public notice. If we can just go through, and if you can specifically let us know which variances are being changed.
There are no variances, Mr. Chair. No changes.
No changes. Okay, I apologize.
Yep.
All right, go on. Sorry.
No problem at all. So we are replacing the existing patio. We're reducing the patio area. We have proposed permeable paving, and we would be happy for the committee to tie that to the decision, as well as the privacy screening on the balcony. We would be happy to have that tied to the decision as well. Behind the property is the Eglinton Park. So the overlook to the rear and any drainage, anything like that on the property, we feel will be adequately handled. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. You have any questions for the applicant? No questions? Okay. We have another speaker. No. We don't have any other speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have any other speakers.
Thank you. Okay, if we don't have any, oh, Mr. Auspitz?
We did receive one comment from a resident. I was wondering if you wanted to comment on that. That resident had concerns regarding privacy.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We have proposed the 1.5 meter privacy screens on that balcony. They are on the drawings, and we feel that that, as being the typical height approved by committee, would be sufficient. We will raise them to 1.8 meters should the committee prefer that.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answers my question.
Any additional questions? Okay. Prepared to move this into committee for discussion?
I think that the applicant has appropriately addressed concerns regarding potential impacts as well as intent of the bylaw. So I would like to motion to approve, subject to the provision of the privacy screen and the permeable pavers at the rear as substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing.
Can we get some clarification with respect to the privacy screen, if there's a specific height or?
Oh, 1.5 meters.
1.5 meters.
Shown on the.
And yes, and
on either side of the rear second story balcony.
on both? Both or either?
Both sides, sorry, both sides of the second story balcony.
It's actually shown on the elevation drawings.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? We have a
I
second
will second it.
from Ms. Casson. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, the application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are now moving on to item number 15. Just give me a moment here. 44 Leadale. Purpose of the application is to construct an addition to the rear of the existing dwelling with variances for side yard setback, lot coverage, roof, eave projection, and FSI. On file, I have application material, the applicant's material, as well as a memorandum from forestry and a letter of support from 46 Leadale Avenue. We have the agent here to speak. No?
Mr. Chair, I'm online. I'm the agent.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your
Good
name and
afternoon, Mr.
address?
Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm a member of the committee. My name is Sergey Sorkin. I'm representing 44 Leadale homeowners.
Okay. Do we need to hear a presentation on this application? I don't see. I see Mr. Auspitz is shaking his head. No? No? To the applicant, it's up to you whether you want to present, but the committee feels they don't need to hear a presentation if you decide.
I just want to let you know that the reason behind this addition is the homeowners are elderly couple. They just.
I'm sorry. Can you? We're having some issue hearing you.
Oh,
Can we just back up a little bit?
yes, absolutely. Is it better now?
Well, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that the whole reason behind this addition is that the homeowners are elderly couple and they just need to have an access to the bathroom on the main floor. We tried to reorganize the space to accommodate it, but we just could not find the proper location in order to meet the building code. So that's why we're proposing this addition. And that's about it. I mean, like, that's pretty much straightforward. There's not much I can add to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? One question from Mr. Auspitz.
So there is one condition from forestry. Are you aware of that condition?
I will look at it in a second.
I believe you're referring to the memorandum, the standard forestry condition on this one, or specific?
Standard forestry condition.
Okay.
We will make sure that we will provide the proper protection of the trees, and I will definitely get in touch with the forestry to address any of their comments. Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you. That's all.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move this into committee. Go for it.
I'd like to motion to approve as the, subject to the condition of forestry, as the application meets the 4 tests for minor variance.
Do we have a seconder?
I second that.
Second for Mr. Fazali. All in favor? And the motion carries. Application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you.
Item number 16, 83 Dunblaine Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new single-family dwelling with integral garage. Variance is requested east and west side main wall heights, building length, east side yard setback, and lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant as well as a memorandum from Urban Forestry. I believe we have the agent here to speak to the application.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Just to confirm with staff, this is the only speaker that we have on this item? Yes? Before we proceed, just want to ask committee if they'd like to hear a presentation. Perhaps a brief presentation? Okay. To the applicant, is it Mr. Arani? Did I pronounce that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, my name is
Mr. Arani,
Shadia Orani.
I apologize. Can we get a brief
No
presentation from you?
Yes, for sure. My name is Shadia Orani from 685 Shepherd Avenue East. And as you mentioned, we are requesting 5 minor variances, in reality 4. I will go through them quickly. The first and second variants are shown on the first slide, which is basically height of the main wall on both sides. This slide shows a scenario where if we had a building with slope-proof complying with height of main wall per bylaw, and you can see that the height of main wall shown with green projections on both sides is only those small parts, the small triangles that are encroaching into a compliance, basically a building that would comply with a slope proof in terms of height of main wall. And the yellow area on the top is a height difference basically between what we are currently proposing and the scenario if we had a slope proof that would comply with the bylaw. So you can see that the height that we are proposing is actually lower than the allowable 10-meter height that the bylaw allows. So basically, the two variances for the side yard is only for those 2 small green areas on either side. The third variance, if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. The third variance is the building length, which is an additional 0.3 meters length, which is the narrow green line in the back. And we spoke with both side neighbors about the variances. Also, because we are proposing an extra length, we made sure that on the side, both side yards towards the rear of the building, there are no windows, so there won't be any privacy or overlooking issues. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So this variance is the side yard setback, which is only on one side. On the other side, we are keeping it as 1.2 only on one side. We are requesting a variance for 0.9 meters setback, and that is only to be able to provide a proper two-car garage, so the building would be wide enough. And buildings on the street having side setback of 0.9 meters are very common on the street, either on one side or even on both sides. And if you don't mind going to the last slide, please. Lastly, we're requesting a variance for lot coverage. The map in front of you shows basically the approved lot coverage only over the past 6 months from Toronto website, from the Application Information Center. So you can see that there are lot coverages of 34, 35, 35.97, 36%, and 38.31%. So the requested lot coverage is basically it is around the same number as what has been approved recently in the neighborhood. And as I mentioned before, we spoke to all the neighbors. We tried to reach out to them. We spoke with both side neighbors just to make sure they have no concern with these minor variances. We do believe that the proposal meets the 4 tests and meets the character of the neighborhood and the new houses being proposed on the street. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So I have a question regarding, so you've been negotiating with neighbors regarding the architectural elevations and the placement of windows. Would you be comfortable with if we, like, if, let's say we brought when we do bring this into committee later on, would you be comfortable if we had a condition that related to that, that the placement of windows be in accordance with the architectural side elevations?
We prefer not to keep the flexibility, but if that's the decision of the committee, we would be happy to. To be honest, it was not really even a negotiation. We started to begin with just to make sure that they would be happy when we present the design to them, and they expressed no concern. But if that's what the committee feels comfortable with, we would be happy to have that attached to the decision.
I just noticed on your east elevation drawing, this is the elevation with the reduced setback. We've got one window. I'm assuming over the window, I see there's some sort of architectural element. I'm assuming that's maybe perhaps some sort of fire shutter or fire screen to meet building code. Is that what it is, or is it another element to the building?
Yes, because it's because the distance to the property line is less than 1.2 meters, we have to have a fire shutter there. So it's just to meet the code requirement.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Let's move this into committee for discussion.
I have no real concerns over with the application. I was re-looking at the, when I asked that question, I was re-looking at the building length. They're asking for 30 centimeters or more. I don't think that the condition is needed.
I would agree.
I'd like to motion to approve subject to the condition of forestry.
Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli seconds the
Yes,
motion.
I second that.
All in favor? The motion passes. The application is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item number 17, 116 TYCOS Drive. Purpose of the application is to permit recreational use. And it is also the variance. So I will, file items, I have applicant's materials as well as a letter of support from the neighbors, including but not limited. Sorry, can I just, let me finish here. Letters of support from the neighbors, including but not limited to, neighbors on TYCOS Drive, as well as a late staff report from community planning. Do we have the applicant here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I'm assuming you've seen the staff report that came in from community planning?
I have, and I have respectfully, I'd like to disagree with some of the things that the staff report has said, but I'll deal with that in through my presentation.
Mr. Chair, can I have her name and address, please?
Yes, thank you. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Arlene Beaumont. I'm with the firm Outred and Associates, and we are the agents for the owner of 116 TYCOS. I'd like to begin by providing a little bit of background. Back in May of 2018, this committee approved a minor variance to permit a recreational use in units 3 and 4 at 116 TYCOS, as well as a variance for the number of on-site parking spaces. The business that occupies units 3 and 4 is called the Imaginarium, and it is an adventure escape room owned by a married couple. This business employs 12 people. For those who don't know, an escape room is a physical game where participants solve puzzles and find clues to complete tasks in order to move from room to room. This activity is popular for birthday parties, family and social events, corporate events, and school outings. The escape room experience requires both problem solving and teamwork skills. The 2018 minor variance approval was for a 3-year term, and the variances expired on June 5th, 2021. Despite the fact that the variances had expired, the business license for the Imaginarium was renewed twice by city's licensing staff, and the most recent license had no note that there was a minor variance condition on the license, and the owners were told by licensed staff that there was no condition on their business license anymore. As such, the business owners were very surprised when they received their renewal documents earlier this year and were told they needed to come back to committee and reapply for the variances. Fortunately, licensed staff agreed to an extension of their license till December 6th in order to give sufficient time for us to return to committee. I would also like to add that based on the fact that the business license was successfully renewed twice, the owners went ahead and renewed their lease for a further 5-year term. So their current lease is set to expire on 2027, which brings us to today. So we're here to request that committee approve a variance for recreational use in the EL zone located on a street that is not a major street. So recreational use is permitted as long as it's on a major street. Unfortunately, TYCOS is not a major street. I've reviewed the planning report and I disagree with a number of points. Firstly, planning says the escape room should be classified as an entertainment use rather than recreational use. However, the escape room is a physical game that's an active experience. It's much more like a bowling alley in terms of physicality or a pool hall. It is not a passive experience like a theater, a cinema, or concert hall. We believe it is correctly categorized as a recreational use. That's how it was categorized back in 2018 on the minor variance and on the business license. Secondly, planning says that this is gives the impression that the subject property is in the interior of the employment area. In fact, the rear lot line of 116 TYCOS is actually up against single-family dwellings on Glencairn. So immediately north, the zoning changes to residential. Therefore, I would characterize this property as being on the edge of the employment area. The planning report also goes on to say that, this use will destabilize the core employment area by inviting the general public into the midst of the employment area. The fact is that there are already a number of businesses operating on TYCOS that invite people into their premises. And I'll just go briefly through them. There's a lighting store at 89, a fashion store at 106, a drapery showroom at 116, a rug store at 120, a tile store at 115, a furniture and home decor store at 117, another furniture store at 126, yet a third furniture store at 126, a bridal store at 111, and another bridal store at 160. And we can't forget that there's a large Ethiopian Orthodox Church at 80 and 84. So there's people coming and going from this employment area all the time, whether or not the Imaginarium is in units 3 and 4 of 116 TYCOS. There's a similar recreational use, Sergeant Splatter's Paintball, at 54. My point is the general public is moving around in this employment district all the time. We also did some research on MLS listings. There's 20 units for lease just on TYCOS, entire buildings for lease. So this is not an employment area where it's easy to lease space out. And in fact, units 3 and 4 at 116 TYCOS were vacant for about 2 years before my clients moved in. In summary, this is a recreational use located at the northern edge of the employment area. It has been operating for 5 years with no problems, and we have provided some letters of support from adjacent businesses. There's many other businesses on TYCOS that invite the general public to visit. And it doesn't really serve anyone to have more vacant units on TYCOS. There's a large number of units that go on lease for long periods of time, and that is also destabilizing for an employment area. So we ask that the committee approve a minor variance, a permanent variance, if the committee sees fit. If they're not prepared to approve a permanent variance, we would ask for 4 years so that the owners can operate until the end of their lease expires in December of 2027. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the owners of the business are physically in the council chambers, and they can answer questions about their business, about the escape room business.
Okay, thank you very much. I did let you go a little bit over the time there, but I think there's some important things to speak to, and I'm sure some of our committee members have some questions. We've got the staff report as well up. Questions for the applicants?
I just wanted to say before that I know employment areas are it's very important to protect our employment areas. We only have so much of that land base. I think in terms of people who are going to be using this escape room, you were mentioning it's going to be a lot of children and business functions. So there's going to be relatively decent traffic of people. I think a lot of the concern is how would that concern be mitigated? Let's say if a noxious type of use were to locate in proximity. Was there any consideration to that?
Well, right now, as I said, this property 116 TYCOS backs onto residential. So there will be no noxious uses coming from behind the site. On either side are basically what I would characterize as retail type uses. So on either side, there's really nothing at the present time. I can't guarantee that nothing is going to move into this area that wouldn't have noxious use. I can't guarantee that, of course. Nobody could. I don't really have an answer besides the fact that there's currently nothing there that would be could be characterized as a noxious use.
In this case, all of the activities are contained within the building though, right? Is that fair to say?
That is correct. Yes, it's all inside the building.
Okay, and despite the zoning, there are other businesses adjacent and nearby which rely on the public coming into the area for those activities, whether it be retail space, and then they're leaving. So they're not specific people that are coming into the area. It's just to work, but there are other businesses that accommodate the kind of broader public. That's fair to say.
That is correct. I searched all the businesses that I mentioned. I searched their websites myself, and they all have visit us at our, our address on TYCOS, right? Come into our showroom. So they're inviting the public into their premises.
Okay.
Have you contacted city staff regarding applying for an OPA and ZBA? I know it's more cumbersome, but has that been a discussion?
No, I just received this report that I received was just on Tuesday, so I haven't had an opportunity. It's been just a scramble for us to respond to these comments.
You have any other questions? No. Okay, let's move this into committee.
I can't support the application. It conflicts with the growth plan, and it doesn't meet the intent of the official plan. It's an employment area land conversion. Maybe we could have some discussion on having a temporary use, but in terms of permitting this as a use, I can't support it.
As a permanent use, through you, Mr. Chair, I would agree that as a permanent use, it's inappropriate, given what it is in the core employment land designation. However, I believe that a temporary approval for something like this is appropriate, given that it doesn't compromise the ultimate or the underlying employment designation, and it's a temporary period. So if something happens where employment lands are needed for some reason, it could always be, retrieved. I guess after 4 years is the request of the applicant. So I think that a temporary approval is still appropriate. It's been operating without what it would seem any concerns, and given the other uses that have infiltrated this employment area, it's not uncharacteristic of the area, and I would say it's not undesirable.
Yeah, I might also add that, there are a number of letters of support from other businesses in the area. Nothing kind of stands out. I mean, aside from obviously what we've received from staff, but, in terms of other neighbors, it seems like they operate, they have had the opportunity to operate without issue, so much to the extent that their neighbors are, willing to kind of step up and support them in this application. I think that carries a little bit of weight. And I would agree with the comments. I think I'm hesitant as a permanent an approval, something that's permanent versus something that's temporary where we can revisit. I also note that the applicant noted that, this is a building that has been vacant prior to the applicant taking it over and providing some use to it. And I think it's worth noting too, it would be a shame. It would be a shame to kind of see a building sit empty when it can be put to good recreational use in this case. So, at least temporarily.
Yeah, I'm okay with I think temporarily makes a lot of sense in this instance as well.
I also note that they did receive approval prior that allowed them to operate for a certain amount of time. So it seems that our discussion is in line with previous decisions as well. Do we have So I guess, do we have a motion? Then, sorry, do you guys have any other questions of the applicant? No? If we were to bring a motion with a condition, and I asked this question to the other committee members, what might that condition look like? Anybody want to bring a motion?
Sorry, could I ask staff, do we have the ability to approve an extension for another 4 years? It wasn't what was applied for.
You do. It's entirely up to you. You have the staff report recommendation before you.
Can we, actually, I'd like to just pull this out of committee for a minute, just to speak with the applicant about a potential condition and see how they feel about that.
We would be happy for the 4 years to take us through to December 31, 2027. The business operators just want to be able to work through the end of their lease. So to have the business operating till the end of their lease, which would be 4 years.
Okay. Any other questions? A specific date. Is there a specific date in question? I don't want to, I don't want to be, kind of splitting hairs here over, but if there's something that may or may not affect the lease, perhaps we should be aware. That's directed to the applicant.
I would say, sorry, yes, could we have till December 31, 2027?
Okay, let's take this back into committee. Thank you very much to the applicant. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to motion to approve the application on a temporary basis and until December 31st, 2027.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Ms. Casson, thank you. All in favor? The motion carries. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item number 18, 20 Buckingham Avenue. Purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new 3-story single-family detached dwelling with an attached garage, a rear walk-up, and front and rear covered porches. Variances before us are for FSI. On file, I have material from the applicant, including an arborist report. I have a memorandum from forestry. I also have a letter of objection from the neighbors at 22 Buckingham Avenue, including their own planning reports, as well as a letter of objection from 138 Buckingham Avenue. Do we have the applicant here? Online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ian Andres. I'm with the law firm Goodmans. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and owner, Ms. Jahanian. This is a straightforward application for a single density variance, which seeks an increase from 0.35 to 0.58 on a residential detached property in Lawrence Park. The neighborhood character is comprised of predominantly 2- and 3-story homes, with densities that far exceed the outdated 0.35 FSI standard in the bylaw. City staff have no concern whatsoever with this application. The only person objecting to the density variance is the next door neighbor, Mr. Price, who lives at 22 Buckingham. I acknowledge there is an email from another resident 2 blocks away who's objecting to what she has characterized as a full 3rd story. But I think that's based on a misunderstanding of the proposal, as the 3rd story here is only partial. It does not require a variance, and in fact, the existing house has a 3rd story already. As you likely know, a similar application for 20 Buckingham was already approved by this committee last September. And that application had originally sought approval for 6 variances, but after considering feedback from the city and from the neighbors, including the adjacent neighbor, my client chose to significantly modify her proposal and deleted 4 of the 6 variances originally sought to reduce it to just 2 variances. In the end, this committee approved an FSI last September of 0.596 and a building length of 17.77. The neighbor at 22, Mr. Price, filed an appeal of that approval to the T-Lab 2 weeks before third-party appeals were abolished last October. The T-Lab then convened a lengthy hearing earlier this year, and much to our surprise, issued a decision several months later which had reversed the C of A decision and denied the variances. And without getting into great detail, and with all due respect, the T-Lab decision was extremely flawed in this instance. It was based on faulty logic, it was poorly articulated, and the evidence on which it relied was unreasonable. And frankly, it ignored several other recent T-Lab decisions which had confirmed that a qualitative analysis is required and not simply a numerical tabulation to determine the average or median of other approvals. And one of the other T-Lab decisions which we had brought to the members' attention in this case, which was ignored, was an approval for the same 0.58 FSI that's sought today at a property called 48 Rochester, just to the south of the subject property. And in that case had heard the same evidence as was proffered in the subject case, and the T-Lab in that case readily approved the 0.58 FSI. So again, with all due respect, the T-Lab decision on the subject property was problematic and should not have been permitted to stand. In any event, that decision denied the previous application based on the combination of the two variances being sought. And instead of going through a long drawn-out T-Lab review request or a court appeal, my client decided to instead modify her plans yet again to eliminate one of the two variances and to submit a new application with a reduced FSI that is now indisputably within the range of approvals. And even the opposing planner confirms that the range of approvals extends to 0.58. I acknowledge this application is similar to the previous one, but it's not identical, and there's no abusive process here. My client is entirely within her rights to make a new application for less relief based on modified plans. So in addition to the 48 Rochester decision I already noted, the committee also approved the same 0.58 FSI for 38 Buckingham last year, which is a similar property on the same side of the street, just 5 doors down from the subject property. And I had submitted a list of other FSI approvals within the geographic neighborhood, along with all of the underlying decisions last week. I see you have it there. And within that broader neighborhood context, you'll see there are dozens of other FSI variances above the bylaw standard, including at least 14 at 0.58 and above. And if you flip through the underlying decisions, which we don't have time to do now, you'll see that most of those other approvals included other variances along with them, unlike the subject application. So this magnitude of density is absolutely common in the neighborhood. When you consider also that there's no maximum FSI control for the lots east of St. Ives, if you look at page 3 of the package that is on the screen right now, there's a map. And the subject property is highlighted. If you go a little bit further east past the curvilinear road, none of those properties, because they're within the former city of North York, have an FSI restriction. They only have a lot coverage restriction of 0.35, which with a 2-story house effectively translates to an FSI of around 0.7 or thereabouts. So there are lots of existing houses in that part of the neighborhood with FSIs greater than what's proposed. They exist in harmony, and it's all one cohesive neighborhood. And all of which is to say that the prevailing character in this neighborhood is most certainly one of non-compliance with the 0.35 standard. In this case, the proposed house is entirely within the as-of-right building envelope in the subject property. There's no variances being sought in respect to setbacks, building height, building length, building depth, and therefore, by definition, there's no negative impacts caused because we adhere to all the physical development standards. The density can be employed in various ways, but a reduced density would not result in any difference in impact. And while the neighbor might be used to having a shorter house than is proposed today, that does not mean that a longer and taller house, which complies with the zoning bylaw, is not appropriate. So any suggestion that the math of this dwelling causes impacts on the adjacent property is, with respect, simply incorrect. I'd also point out that 35 square meters of the proposed floor area is third floor space, which will be built entirely within the mansard roof volume. It's a partial third floor for study and mechanical space, all of which is tucked behind 3 false dormers. Anyone observing this house from the street would never even know whether there's habitable space on the third floor. And I raise that, and I realize I'm almost out of time, because the 3 stories are permitted here, and if that third floor space were removed from the calculation, we'd be left with an FSI of 0.53, which Mr. Barton, on behalf of the neighbor, clearly says is what he thinks is the prevailing character of the density in the neighborhood. So what I'm saying is whether or not there's third floor living space, the house would be identical when viewed from the street, and therefore it can't be that the additional 0.05 FSI associated with the third floor somehow tips this into a non-prevailing or non-compliant situation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you there. But
problem.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Do we have any questions for the applicant right now? No. We have another speaker. Somebody in person. Is it Mr. Price? Welcome. If you could just, for the record, state your name and address and speak into the mic.
Okay, my name is Nigel Ross Price. I am the owner, along with my wife, of 22 Buckingham Avenue. I'd just like to provide some history here on development proposals with the current owner. March 24th, 2022, there was a proposal brought to the Committee of Adjustments for a 19-meter house, floor space index of 0.691. That proposal was withdrawn at the hearing. July 28th, 2022, a proposal was brought forward for 17.7 meters and a floor space index of 0.602. That proposal was altered at the committee meeting to 17.7 meters building length and a floor space index of 0.596. That was approved by the committee. I filed an appeal with TLAB in August 16th of 2023. We had a hearing once on January 23rd, a second one February 7th. The decision was rendered June 14th in our favor that the development proposal was not characteristic of the neighborhood and was denied. Today we have another proposal for a floor space index of 0.58. I would just like to mention to the committee that I have never met the owner of this property in person. My wife and I have lived in our house since August of 2003. I was introduced to her once on a Zoom call arranged by her lawyer, which was Ian Andres, who just spoke. So just to iterate a few things on my particular letter of objection. So the floor space index of 0.58, I did some calculations basically comparing, retracting that back with the lot size. If you were to go back a few pages, one page I think on that, what you're displaying right now, there's a table of some figures to basically show that one correct. That I live next door. Our house has an FSI of 0.39 that we received, I believe, in 2010. And basically, looking at the mass of this house and the lot size, et cetera, it's, and retracting back, like looking at what exactly it would be if it were compliant with the bylaw at 0.35, the building length that I calculated would be about 10.2 meters. As you can see, my house sits at 0.39. That would be a building length of 11.4 meters. This is with the number of stories is 2, by the way, which is what I calculated back from their FSI, their lot size, and the dimensions of the house as proposed. So just looking at these numbers, over, in excess of the bylaw, this is 6.73 meters in excess of what exactly would be a 0.35 structure. So this is really, in my opinion, not in the spirit of the bylaw. And I genuinely admit that my house sits at 0.39 next door, but it's not even close to this number. I would also have an image of the what's known as the location map that was submitted as one of the documents to the committee. And if you look at the particular footprints of the houses in the neighborhood, very few of them are rectangular in footprint as being proposed for this particular structure. There are a lot of easings going along the lot lines to basically make the massing of the houses a little more gentle to the neighbors. That is not the case whatsoever with this proposal. Finally, I drew a picture of the footprint of my house and compared it to what is being proposed for 20 Buckingham. So my house, front to back, stretches 14.2 meters. This one, of course, is being proposed to stretch almost 17 meters. So this is quite a massive structure being proposed here, and I don't believe it's in the spirit of the bylaw. I realize there's one variance, but that's my perspective on it. So just to conclude, I find the FSI to be, not in the spirit whatsoever of the bylaw of FSI 0.35. The design submitted varies little from the TLAB decision that was rendered in June of this year. And secondly, the rectangular footprint is personally very aggressive from my perspective as the neighbor. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a question for staff. I noticed that we have another speaker, but I also noticed that it's from the same address. So I just want to be mindful of time allocation here. Do we have our third speaker on the line?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've unmuted the third speaker.
Okay. I'm gonna. Is he here?
He's online virtually.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Just to confirm, you're the representative for Mr. Price?
That's correct. I prepared the letter. I was also the planning expert at the hearing, the TLAC hearing that we've been discussing. So
Okay.
I was just going to give a couple highlights of the letter that I submitted.
I'm gonna allow you to speak, but I just need to be mindful of the fact that, you know, I'm only supposed to give 5 minutes of speaking time per party, which we usually, you know, we look at the address, right? So I'm gonna allow you to speak, but I just want you to be mindful of the amount of time here.
Absolutely. I'll certainly keep it to the point. That was my intent with providing the letter that I submitted as well, was to provide a lot of the background and analysis, but I can keep it my comments here relatively brief.
Okay.
Okay, so as you know, my name is Michael Barton. I am a land use planner, and I was the land use planning expert for Mr. Price and Ms. Hahn at the hearing. There was a few items that I had noted in my letter that we heard the history about the TLAB hearing that was related to the previous approval of the FSI of 0.596 and length of 17.7 meters. This decision was appealed, and there were a few key elements when the member, I heard the comments that it was a flawed decision. However, as far as I understand, this decision does remain in force. And there were a few key elements in there that were pointed out. The one was that accepted my position that while there was a range of
I think we lost you. Did we lose Mr. Barton? We did.
He appears online still, Mr. Chair, and he's unmuted.
Okay. We'll just wait a moment. Hopefully there we go. Mr. Barton, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Did you lose?
You cut out there for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Could you, approximately where I left off? I'm not sure.
It wasn't that long ago.
Okay. So I was just simply pointing out a few elements that the decision that was rendered, the chair did accept my position that the FSI, while the range includes decisions that were at the 0.596 at that time and the 0.58 from the current application fall within that range, that this is not reflective of the prevailing character of the neighborhood, which was in the order of 0.52, 0.53. And again, the chair also was of the opinion that FSI has value on its own account. So the decision did not indicate that his decision was based solely on the fact that this was combined with building length. He was clear in the decision that FSI has an important value of its own to ensure that there's a regulation on the amount of gross floor area that gets built on the property. So it's not the way he noted was that FSI is not subservient to the building envelope, which is sketched out through length, height, depth, and setback. So the idea that because this sits within the building envelope means that FSI doesn't matter, that goes in the directly contravenes the decision of the chair. He also was of the opinion that the FSI effectively controls the massing and built form, and that the applicant had not demonstrated that the tests of the variance were met. So I think, again, in this case, there hasn't been an evaluation of the test by the applicant to demonstrate how the prevailing neighborhood character has been met. Simply just indicate that the FSI falls within a range of other approvals that have occurred in the neighborhood. So I think that's the key element here, is that when we look at the actual numbers, the floor area that's being requested is 403.5 meters squared, while the approval that was at TLAB was 414.9. So it's a very small change that gets it from the 0.596 to the 0.58. So in my opinion, the decision of the chair at TLAB remains valid as it relates to FSI on this property. In my opinion, the application still has not demonstrated how the tests of the planning act are satisfied through the requested variance. So I'd be happy to leave it at that, along with my submission.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from our panel members at this time? No? No questions? Okay. Let's move this into committee for discussion.
Do you want to let the applicant have a chance to respond?
I apologize. Yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to respond, also because there was 2 opportunities for the neighbor to speak, and I only had my 5 minutes.
Yes, you are right. It's not every day we have multiple planners here at committee on one file, so I do apologize. Is this your time to respond?
No problem at all. Thank you. Just dealing with Mr. Price first, I think he accurately laid out the history of the previous application. It's entirely consistent with how I described it, and it shows that my client has shown a willingness to revise her proposal to reduce the number of variances, reduce the magnitude of those variances, and attempt to compromise and to be even more compliant with the zoning bylaw. And although Mr. Price provided some calculations, it seems that he is really latching on to this suggestion that the house length should only be 10.25 meters. And as you well know, the zoning bylaw permits a house length of 17 meters. So while Mr. Price may think that 17 meters is excessive, in fact, that is perfectly permitted by the zoning bylaw, and therefore by definition meets the intent of the official plan. And I did not hear either Mr. Price or Mr. Barton assert any actual impacts caused by the proposal. And I would go so far as to say, even during the TLAB hearing, I never heard any assertions of actual impacts caused by the proposal. It was all about crunching numbers. And as I said earlier, that is not the appropriate way to interpret the official plan or to apply the 4 tests. There's been various TLAB decisions which address this as of late. And I'm a little surprised by Mr. Barton's comments in consistently saying he found this, he found that. I'm not sure if Mr. Barton actually remembers this hearing, because the chair at the TLAB was member Wong, Ms. Wong. So I'm not sure why he's saying he found, because it was clearly a female panel member. But in any event, Mr. Barton has acknowledged that his identified range of approvals, even using his own analysis, extend beyond the 0.58 and certainly include the 0.58 being sought. And his opinion boils down to this notion that the median of the other approvals at 0.53 represents the precise determination of neighborhood prevailing character. And with respect, that cannot possibly be the case, that the prevailing character boils down to one specific FSI number. I've already pointed out how the density above 0.53 in this case rests entirely within the 3rd floor roof volume. But that aside, it's just not the way planning works, and it's not the way official plan policy 4.1.5 is interpreted, that there can only be one prevailing density FSI character in this neighborhood. The OP doesn't say that, and that's not how it's been interpreted. Instead, you have to do a qualitative analysis, and to maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan requires an examination of the neighborhood character in its whole. And I've addressed that in as cursory way as I can within the 5 minutes I'm allowed. But certainly this is a case where 0.58 in a house that otherwise complies with every single zoning standard fits comfortably within the neighborhood and therefore maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And it is desirable because it facilitates a modern 4-bedroom house with accessibility provisions. And there's no adverse impacts caused. I haven't heard any asserted by the neighbors. No one else is here taking issue with the built form of the massing. And frankly, there's nothing about the density itself that can produce an adverse impact. It just doesn't follow that a number on a page that is crunched by planners results in impacts on the ground in real life. There's nothing that follows there. So I'll wrap it up with that, subject to any questions you have, of course, and say this is a positive example of reinvestment in the community. Again, reiterating that city staff have no concern with this application. They had no concern with the prior application, and we're respectfully requesting that the committee approve the sole variance sought to allow 0.58 FSI, subject to the standard condition that's been requested by Urban Forestry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question to the planner? When the official plan policies speak to density, what are they typically referring to? Is it units per acre? Is it FSI? Is it because there's also greenfield density. So what is, which is jobs and people per hectare. So what is the official plan policy referring to when they say density?
It actually doesn't provide any definition of that within the official plan. It just says density among a list of things that are wrapped up in this term prevailing character. So there actually is no guidance to specifically reference whether it's a unit per hectare or a specific FSI number or anything of that nature. And sir, I might just say, so I'm legal counsel to the applicant, as you know. We don't have our land use planner here because we thought only one person was permitted to speak. So that's why I'm answering instead.
I apologize. I thought you mentioned you were a planner. I apologize for getting that wrong.
No problem. No offense taken. Don't worry.
Any other questions? Okay. Are we prepared to move this into discussion now, committee? Okay. Oh, we're in committee now, so if there's comments.
I mean, I'm not seeing how FSI relates to character. I'm not making that connection. If hypothetical, I mean, we could look at the same situation where, as was mentioned, what if there was no third story? Then the FSI. I mean, what if there was no livable space in the third story in the rooftop? Then the FSI goes down dramatically. What if I'm not seeing how it relates.
Yeah, but then the question is if the question I think then I would ask is whether or not the massing, if we have a reduction in FSI, whether it be on the third floor attic or a reduction in the building length slightly to reduce the FSI, but from the streetscape, from the public realm, the building hasn't changed. The question is then, I think that sort of lends to your observation about FSI and character within a neighborhood. But I do recognize, and I did read the ruling from the Toronto Local Appeal Body, that there is, FSI is a relevant measure. I think just because you can conform with building length, building height, side main walls, all that stuff, you still have to meet the test of FSI, right? So I don't want to disregard it, but by the same measure, I do look at the neighborhood, and I do recognize that there are other similar properties within the area that are afforded higher FSIs. And similar variances, I should say.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the comment that the application conforms to the bylaw in all other respects. It's been changed since the original application that went to TLAB. So I would say that given that, this is the only remaining variance that's being applied for, it's minor in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it can be argued as well that they technically did reduce it, so I think that reopens the question whether or not that meets the 4 tests. I mean, we're looking at a smaller variance than what was ruled on at the Toronto Local Appeal Body, so I think that's worth noting.
as well as the fact that other similar variances have been approved in the area for that FSI or higher. So I'm ready to make a motion if anyone else is.
Okay, Ms. Caston. Unless anyone has any other comments.
So I would like to make a motion to approve this application, approve the variance. I think that the application, given that it meets the bylaw in all other respects, is completely within the intent of the OP and the zoning bylaw. And this variance, as we've discussed, the FSI does not have a direct impact on the character in terms of impact on the neighborhood and the streetscape of the neighborhood. So I think that it's appropriate to grant the variance and consider it minor.
I'd like to add the forestry condition, though.
Oh, sorry, thank you, forgot that.
If that, would you like to?
I would like to amend that subject to forestry's memo.
Do we have a seconder?
I second that.
Mr. Fazeli seconds that. If all in favor? Okay. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item number 19, 333 Cranbrook Avenue. The application is to construct a new detached garage in the rear of the subject property with variances for required our rear yard setback and lot coverage. And on file, I have application materials submitted by the applicant. Do we have the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is
If I
Deb.
can just ask you to state your name and address for us.
Deb John, 333 Cranbrook Avenue.
Okay. And before I continue, I should ask, we don't have any other speakers on this item? Nope. Do we need to hear a presentation on this?
I have a question.
Okay.
Like it's just one thing I want sorted out that's pretty impactful. When I was looking at the survey and when I was looking at the application, it appears that a right-of-way in favor of the adjacent property, 331, is being sodded over. Is that correct?
I don't think there is a right of way. There was a garage which was semi-detached with the neighbor. I can look into that further with the owners.
Okay, because it is on the survey that we were provided with the agenda, that right-of-way.
I had that note as well, but I don't believe any decision committee would override a right-of-way. So if there was is the right-of-way being maintained? Or is it?
Yes.
Let's just check here.
I didn't think it would matter to this, but we could look into it.
Just be mindful of it. I think I might defer to staff. I mean, the work, that's being sought here is at the rear of the property.
And it's probably not going to encroach into that right of way that is shown in the survey.
So, okay, so does the adjacent neighbor still have their wood garage? I mean, I have an issue with approving, with going forward with an application when there is a legal right-of-way on the subject lands, and that when you're impacting a right-of-way on the subject lands that's in favor of an adjacent property owner, without some sort of documentation that the right-of-way has either been removed or the adjacent property owner signing the application as well.
Okay, that seems fair. We can put that, is that okay if it's a condition and we can verify that with the neighbor?
I'd feel more comfortable if this came forward once that was addressed.
I just gotta jump in. Are either of the variances before us today, would approval of those variances affect the right of way?
I don't think so.
I don't think it's, I don't think it's, I don't see the relevance of whether or not there's access from the rear to the garage. Just the construction of the proposed garage is, to my understanding, not dependent on the right of way, nor do I see sort of any alteration that suggests removal other than the use of soft yard landscaping I see at the rear, but I don't think the variances would affect or have anything to do with that.
Would they meet the amount of required landscaped open space at the rear? Like, that's an issue.
If they don't, then the examiner picks it up after, and they have an issue with building permit, right? But I don't think, we're not.
If I may,
Of course, please. Yes.
so we did apply for a full permit application, and the examiner did make sure that we had enough landscaping. After this is when we had 2 variances. So we made sure we had the landscaping, and then we had 2 more items we came down to, which is the rear yard setback and the lot coverage for accessory buildings or ancillary buildings, just 10%.
The examiner should have picked up the right of way as well if it was a zoning issue, right? They would have flagged it.
But I guess the issue is, so if this goes forward, the plan examiner would have picked up the amount of landscaped open space based on the right of way being sodded over.
Correct.
If the right of way does not get sodded over and they have an access from the rear to that garage, they might not meet required landscaped open space.
Then they'll be back here for a soft yard landscaping variance. But that's not, I mean, I think before us today, we just have to address the 2 variances for the accessory structure at the rear. You disagree?
I think it factors into that. I think it factors in. I mean, I don't think it's warrants a refusal, but I think it's like I think it needs to be. I don't think you can approve it yet without that being dealt with. I think I think it's a critical item with this application.
So what I'd like to say is, if I may, we're just trying to get 2 parking spots for the residents there, and there's many garages, laneway garages, which are this size or even bigger, that have gone for some with variances, some without. And all we're asking for is just put some parking and storage to with single family dwelling realistically for the 2 cars.
Okay. I know we didn't get a formal presentation. And forgive me, I just, sometimes,
No problem.
we're able to just sort of jump to a Q&A. There's relatively, we have a lot of the information before us here. Do we have other questions from, no questions? Okay.
Not building a 3-story dwelling here.
No,
The
of course.
garage.
Just to confirm as well, we don't have any other speakers to this item? Nope. Okay. Do you guys, I guess I should address this to Mr. Auspitz. Do you want a presentation on this? Are you ready?
No, because my only concern is with regards to that right of way, and if the plan, it's not a plan that necessarily can move forward. So my only concern is whether we should be, it's too early, it's too early to make a decision on the 4 tests without dealing with that right of way. So that's my only concern. Everything else is
Sorry, I just had a quick comment from the owners. They've just confirmed that there is no right of way at the back, but I understand your point about the landscaping aspect.
In a lot of these cases, the right-of-way is usually afforded to get from the front yard to the backyard, and they usually, I mean, in this case, it's kind of hard to see on the survey, but usually these right-of-ways typically end once you get to the rear, because the logic is that once you pass the building, you're no longer required the right-of-way width. You know, you can widen onto your own property once you get past the building, so.
Mr. Chair, I think this is a mutual driveway. There's an asphalt driveway at the front from CRANBROOKE. I believe it's access to the garages, the old garages.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that this property has a laneway affords the owner the ability to build a garage off the laneway and not use the mutual driveway.
I would agree, yeah.
And I would say that I don't think the variances affect the right-of-way, but I would agree that there's an issue if they're going to sod it over and the other adjacent neighbor doesn't have access to their garage. I don't know if they use
They may not be allowed to, and then they may realize that they're back, but that's not really our concern.
No.
I don't think it's fair to hold back on other variances because we kind of flag something that may come up that maybe the examiner missed. I think let's deal with the variances before us and the matter before us, and if that comes up, then that's something that the applicant will have to deal with the examiner at that time. But I think it's a good observation that it's good that we've kind of flagged it, just so at least it's on the radar for the applicant. Any other comments, or are we? Okay. I just jump back to the applicant. I mean, it seems like we're ready to move into committee. I don't want to put you in the position of not being able to present. I want to offer you that if you feel like you need to, but it seems like we have the information we need.
Yes, in some ways, my presentation was for just related to the variance items. This is new to me. So we can look into this at the review stage if you'd like and take it further.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, can we move this into committee?
Is there a way to deal with this in the conditions in terms of, so like there's awareness that they may not meet landscape, like, I mean, no?
If they missed something, if the examiner missed something, it doesn't, just because they missed it doesn't, it's not, they're gonna end up back here, right? It still has to go for approval, a permit approval, right? So if they notice that, then they'll have to, and they flag that, then they'll be back here. It's unfortunate, but I know we try to catch these things before, but regardless, you know, the notice has already been circulated as well, so it's not like we can do anything to kind of, all other, I should say, all other, that aside, I mean, I think it makes sense, especially given the fact that there's a laneway at the rear. And, you know, a lot of times these right-of-ways in between these houses, we see them all across the city. They make for difficult driveways. I mean, they are, you know, half the property is afforded to the other neighbor. Oftentimes, these driveways are rather narrow. There's a lot of utilities in them, and they're very difficult in terms of access. So I think allocating the parking towards the rear off the laneway, I think is good and is in line with OP policies, broader-based policies. Don't see any. I personally don't have any concern. We ready? Is there any other comments before I ask if anyone's ready to put forward a motion? No? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. I think that the variance for the coverage of the property is minor and consistent with what is in the neighborhood. There are a lot of garages coming off the laneways, and it kind of makes for a nicer streetscape on the actual street, and it's consistent with the character of that neighborhood. So for those reasons, I think it's within the intent of the OP and the zoning bylaw and desirable for the area.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Casson. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, I second that.
Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, unanimously passes. Application is approved.
Mr. Chair, would you like to
Thank you,
take a
Mr.
short break?
Chair.
Would you like to take a short break?
Yes, please. Let's take 10. Is 10 okay for everybody? Yeah. So we'll resume back here at 3:55. Is everybody back? Yes. Okay. Moving on to item number 20, 130 Homewood Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. Variances include east and west side yard setbacks for both the dwelling and the rear platforms, second-story front and rear platform areas, window encroachment, lot coverage, and front platform encroachment and setback. On file, I have material from the applicant, including their arborist report, a memorandum from Urban Forestry, staff report from Community Planning, as well as an email from the applicant citing changes to the front porch stair. Do we have the applicant or their agent here? Oh, good afternoon. Could you just turn your mic on
Yes.
and state your name and address for the record?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee and the panel. My name is Mehran Haidari, designer and applicant. 1090 Don Mills Road, Unit 506, the address.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if you can give us a brief presentation on the
Sure.
application. Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I wanted to say hi and welcome to new panel and hi to everybody. It's the first time that after COVID happened, we are here. Actually, I am here and I want to say hi again. And this application, it's for building the new two-story house, and all the variances that we are going to get, it's based on the variances history approved in the neighborhood and consistent with that. And I need to explain some of them that may have slightly different. So variance number 1, that dealing with the side yard setback, we usually approval is 1.5 meter, and we have 1.23 meter for just the 6.2 meter of the front part for the garage, and it's just 1 story. It's not the 2-story part, it's just the 1 story, and it's just 6.2 meter of the length of the wall. And the variance number 2, 3, and 4 is dealing with the side yard setback. First 2 is dealing with the wall, and the variance number 3 and 4 dealing with the canopy, the porch on the front and the deck in the back. We have to have the variance for that one on the bylaw as well. Variance number 5 dealing with the balcony number 5 and 6. And if you bring the drawing A04 on the screen, okay, so the variance that we have for the area of the balcony is not at the result of the projection in the back. So the projection is the under bylaw, and we push back the wall for the balcony on the back, and also we push back the wall from the front. So we have the extra area for the balcony. It means the extra area that we have 0.6 meter on the rear and 0.18 at the front. It's because of the part of this balcony is taking from inside of the house. And the area that you see, if you see the right hand of the drawing, we have the red dash line here, and we show this is the wall of the building, and the balcony that considering the area that we are requesting is part of that balcony is inside of the envelope of the building, is not projecting or extra area more than 4 meter. And also the variance for number 7, the bay window, again 0.91 meter, is the same diagram. If you see the diagram, the wall that we have on the main wall, the dash line, the red dash line, we have 0.75 sticking out from the line and the projection. And because we don't have the wall on the side of this bay window, the zoning examiner consider the projection from the wall on the behind. This is why the variance here we have 0.9 meter instead of 0.75 meter bylaw. And the variance number 8 is regarding the coverage that we always have up to 32% approval on the committee. And the variance number 9 about the depth of the front porch, that is more than 2.5 meter. It's because of the, if you look at the drawing A03, so the projection, any balcony on the front or the back can project more than 2.5 meter. It's if the height of the balcony or deck is less than 1.2 meter from the ground beside that. So in this case, the front porch, if you see the grade on the porch is 190.65. And on the survey, the grade, immediate grade beside is 189.73. It means the height of this balcony is 0.92 meter from the grade, and it's compatible with the bylaw, and we don't have the variance for that. But just because the number of steps that come into the garage area that is lower than, is more than 1.2 meter, the zoning examiner considers this one as a variance. But again, on this part, if you see at the front porch, the projection, the stairs starting.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up soon.
Yes. Yeah, the stairs is sticking inside of the porch. It means the projection 2.5 meter, more than 2.5 meter is just on the right hand. It's that lower than 1.2 meter. So if there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a question.
Could we go to the notice and A4 together?
Staff, pull that up for us. Thank you.
Okay. So when I go to so when I see the notice, and in terms of number 5 and 6,
Yes.
I see that they show the area of the platform is 4.65 square meters and 4.18 square meters.
Yes.
But then which is what you're proposing. But then when I go to the drawing A4, could you go to that?
Yes.
Simon, or who? It shows that the width of those are 4.18 and 4.65, but the depth is a little bit more than a meter. So is there an error like a minor error in the notice?
You love picking out the errors.
Sorry.
You should be an examiner.
No, I don't have any concerns with the application. It just is that if you get approved for this, there might be an issue in terms of the area that you could construct those. If notice was issued incorrectly.
First of all, so we always take the measurement from the Revit or CAD software, but this is something that the zoning examiner did the calculation, and we are not going to the small changes that we have on the drawing. Yeah.
Okay. So the area is 4.18 square meters and 4.65 square meters.
Yes.
That's not just the width. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And just to confirm, I believe there was an email where you noted that there was a change to the front stairs. Is that correct?
Yes, and the site plan that is attached to the staff report was the old site plan. I believe the staff has a new site plan that should be tied to the decision.
Can we pull up that new site plan and just so we can understand what the change that was made?
Yeah, here if you see because of the tree report, the front tree, to avoiding the damage for the front tree. No, front, it's the back. Yes. To have the level of the front porch and the walkway, for the level up of that part, we changed this part to avoid the digging inside of the tree protection zone. This is the changes that requested by the forestry.
Okay, and the site plan that is up on the screen, is that the most recent
Yes.
revision? Okay.
Yes.
So in terms of changes, I guess I tried to look, I looked at both site plans in preparation, and it was hard to kind of distinguish kind of what the change was. I see a slight modification in, is it the scale of the entryway or the staircase to
No, there is no changes on the staircase. Just the staircase, the before was straight, and we have the walkway in the front. This one has less negative impact to the excavation.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've turned it.
Yes, we turned
to
it, yeah.
exit onto the driveway sooner and avoid some of the tree protection zone in the front.
Yes, less projection to the protection area.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
No, you're welcome.
Does that affect any of the variances?
No, no affect, no changing in variance. No.
Okay, but there is a change in the site plan, and that site plan, is there a date on it?
I believe yes, is the right hand and the revision number on the right hand. Yeah, we have.
We've got a revision, just so we understand which site plan is
Yeah.
the most recent.
Yeah, there is a revision number at the top of my company's logo.
Okay, do we have the date on that site
Yes.
plan? Okay, October 26th. Okay. Any other questions to the applicant right now? No. We have another speaker. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another speaker on this item. Calling in, I believe. Or on video, I should say.
Well, that's not the right number then.
There's a speaker, it's from 77 Golding Avenue?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, they're not online.
They're not
So,
online?
No, they're not there.
Okay. All right. So I'll go back to members. Do we have any other questions? Nope. Okay. Let's move this into committee for discussion. Can I ask staff if they can just pull up the recommendations from forestry and community planning? I believe the forestry memo is a standard, their standard report. Okay, and then I see, yeah, we've got our staff report from community planning here as well. If we
And
don't have any,
Mr. Chair, if the members are contemplating that condition, you would have to reference the updated site plan.
okay. Yeah, so members, you understand that the site plan has been updated to reflect comments from forestry, specific to the front stair, and its impact on a tree in the front yard. Prepared to make a motion on this? Yes?
I'll motion to approve, subject to the proposal being constructed as per the site plan dated October 26, 2023, and subject to conditions from forestry.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Casson, seconds. All in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the site plan that we mentioned, is it about the dates that you mentioned, October 26, or the condition that was mentioned on the staff report, received November? Is that the one?
Yeah, I believe so. My understanding is from the staff report, they asked that the condition be tied to ensure the proposal is constructed as shown. And they're tying that to the site plan, which they've included as part of their recommendations in attachment 1. However, forestry came in, noted the tree in the front, so there has been a revised site plan. And I've identified that site plan based off of the date, which is October 26, 2023, I think was part of the motion.
I just noticed it's the 27th, but
it's the 27th.
Yeah, sorry, but the intent is.
Yeah, well, let's get it.
Yeah,
let's not create any headache for after the fact. Can we confirm that, because for some reason I had written down October 26 on the site plan. Can we confirm that it's we've got the right identification of the site plan? It was received on the 27th, but I think the date, let's just say received, the site plan received on, okay. Sure, just same, okay. Okay, so I believe we don't have to amend the motion. We have a second from Ms. Casson. And all in favor? Okay. Motion passes. The application is approved.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on. Item number 21, 291 JOICEY Boulevard. Purpose of the application is to construct a new single-family dwelling with variances for a rear deck projection, east and west side main wall heights, stair width, lot coverage, rear platform, side yard setback, front yard setback encroachment for an architectural feature. That's the last variance. Application, the applicant has submitted material in support of the application. Do we have the applicant here? The agent here?
Committee, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Minskowski.
Good afternoon. Can we receive a presentation on this application, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. I submitted some support material. The proposal is for a new two-story dwelling. The only built form variance before you today is for a coverage variance to increase from 30% to 35.99%. I provided you a small graphic here to illustrate the relationship of the coverage of the existing dwelling to the proposed dwelling. If you'd like to zoom in on the bolded portion there, I've also put a heavier fonted line going across that street line just to illustrate where the rear wall of the proposed dwelling would be as it would relate to any type of impact. So the red, I was going to call it a circle. The red rectangle we see there is the proposed dwelling. The lighter line that extends past that proposed new rear wall is actually the rear wall of the existing dwelling. I would also note that that is a one-story dwelling, but when we're assessing coverage, it's really irrelevant whether it is a one-story or a two-story dwelling, as the coverage would be the same for both. So the dwelling itself is actually pushed towards both rear walls to the east and the west, a considerable amount. Essentially, the building length is being reduced from the existing building length to the proposed building length of where the request for the projection of the deck is. So we're essentially taking off 2.84 meters of building length. If we could go to the site plan, we can see that illustration there. So that coverage variance itself is essentially being almost identical to what is the existing here. We can see it here where we see the proposed dotted line of the existing dwelling there essentially mirrors where that deck projection is. I would also note that that deck projection is not for the entirety of the rear portion. It is essentially for a little bit over half of that rear portion. I would also note that the side yard setbacks are compliant. Although we do have a request for the side yard setback of the deck, it is built in line with the side walls of the proposed dwelling. In terms of the main wall height, it is a modest 0.5 meters on both sides. I've also included some pictures of the neighborhood just to really look at the character of JOICEY Avenue here. As we can see here, where really this is the standard built form of what we see really in most of the new dwellings in North York, as well as on JOICEY Avenue. I would note that the dwelling is under the proposed building length significantly, a little bit over 16 meters, and in my opinion, really would fit in well with the streetscape of JOICEY. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just giving them a moment. Any questions? No questions? I had one question about the variance for the architectural feature, which is variance number 7. While I do recognize that there are some, there is some architectural articulation on JOICEY, is there any precedent you have with respect to similar variances for similar architectural features on the street?
So, Mr. Chair, essentially that architectural feature, as we could see in my photo book, is essentially a porch. All the difference of this architectural feature as opposed to a porch are those columns extend above the actual roof line of the porch it's covering below. So in terms of the impact, we just see, and I'm sorry, for some reason I'm showing you with my hands how those columns would come up, but you can't see me. That architectural feature would rise up above that covered roof. But in terms of the projection of where it's coming, it would be in line, again, with a standard roof overhang of every dwelling that would essentially be newly built with a flush main front wall. If we went to the side elevation, we would probably have a better understanding of how it looks and how it relates to that front porch. That's perfect right there. So that it just essentially extends up without a deck or a balcony above it. It is just that architectural feature that extends above that porch.
Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, based off of the site plan that we looked at and based off of the existing building extents, it appears that if we can just pull up the site plan, it appears that the building directly adjacent has a similar front yard setback, or at least in part, I should say. And now that I can see it in front of me.
Correct, Mr. Chair. It's the averaging of the adjacent dwellings for the front yard setback of the dwelling.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions you may have? Okay, and just to confirm, we don't have any additional speakers to this file? Correct, okay. If we don't have any additional questions, let's move into committee. Yes, Ms. Casson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion unless there's further discussion.
None? Okay.
Okay, I'd like to move a motion for approval. There are a lot of variances on this application, but I believe they're all very minor. And I believe that the development of this property is consistent with the intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan and desirable for this neighborhood.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Ospitz, a second. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, moving on to item number 22.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to remove myself.
Yes.
Conflict of interest, and I mentioned just because I live close by that location.
Very good. So Mr. Fazeli will be stepping out for this item. So item number 22, 452 Balliol Street. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for building depth, FSI, building height, east and west side, exterior main wall heights, lot coverage for ancillary building, rear yard landscaping, side yard setback for rear canopy, rear lot line setback, west side yard setback, and an equipment encroachment into a side yard setback. On file, I've got materials from the applicant, as well as staff report from planning, memorandum from urban forestry, and 10 letters of support. I believe we have two speakers to this item. Do we have the agent here with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. This is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Good afternoon. Would you be able to give us a brief presentation on the application?
Yes, absolutely. So this application for a 3-story proposed dwelling, starting with variance number 1, maximum building depth. So the proposed building depth is 20.03 meters and 17 meters is allowed. I would like to emphasize that this variance is only triggered due to the excavated rear deck, which proposes an exercise room in the basement. The building above grade actually complies with building depth requirements. The first floor is 16.31 meters. Second floor is 15.8 meters. And the third floor is only 11.02 meters. So it's more of a technical variance. Nevertheless, the proposed variance is still consistent with other approvals in the neighborhood, including 339 Balliol Street at 21.38 meters, 386 Balliol Street at 20.65 meters, and 589 Merta Street at 23.5 meters. Variance number 2 at floor space index, we're proposing 0.8 times the area where 0.6 is allowed. It's fairly common here with these narrow lots. There's other approvals in the area such as 403 Belsize Drive at 0.98 times the lot area, 11 Cleveland Street at 0.87 times the lot area, and 153 Orman Avenue at 0.81 times the lot area. So we believe that this variance is minor in nature and keeping with similar approvals in the neighborhood and consistent with existing and evolving surrounding build form. In regards to variance item 3, maximum height, we are proposing 10.57 meters where 10 meters is allowed. So nearly 2 feet extra. The proposed variance is consistent with other approvals, such as 686 Balliol Street at 10.82 meters, 597 Balliol Street at 10.41 meters, and 682 Balliol Street at 10.4 meters. So it's fairly minor in nature in keeping with existing build forms. Items 4 and 5, they're essentially the same variances speaking to the pair of main side wall heights. The proposed height of the side exterior walls facing the east and west side lot line is 10.11 meters, and permitted height on side wall height is 7.5. So this is also a consistent variance in the neighborhood, including such as 213 Belsize Drive, approved at 10 meters, and 153 Foreman Avenue, approved at 9.37 meters. Variance 6, 7, and 9 all relate to the rear existing garage, such as the lot coverage for the ancillary structure and the rear landscaping, and also the rear setback. We're keeping the existing garage to remain. We're not touching anything there, so we're just proposing the new 3-story dwelling. However, this still triggers some variances due to existing garage remaining. And then the minimum side yard setback we're proposing for the dwelling is proposing at 0.33 meters. The required setback is 0.9 meters. This is also consistent with other approvals on the street and in the area, such as 468 Balliol Street at 0.38 meters and 0.18 meters approved, 548 Balliol Street at 0.23 meters, and 180 Bellside Drive at 0.10 meters. So this is a family home that the clients are trying to build for themselves. They've been living in the subject property for years in the existing house, and they took the time to speak with many neighbors about our proposal. So we received a lot of letters of support from nearby neighbors. The planner that submitted the staff report never actually contacted us in concern to this application, which is actually quite rare. We generally always get calls and emails from city planning if they have any concerns about our application prior to. I believe this was a rushed report, and there's evidence that lies into the report itself as it speaks to a proposed rear garage. So we're not proposing a garage at all. There's already an existing garage that is to remain, and we're not making any changes to this garage. The size of the garage is also typical what you'll find in that area. You can even see the immediate neighbor on the left that has a very similar size garage as it's there on the site plan. And in regards to the side wall height, if you're able to open the supporting images document that we submitted, I'd like to show you what we're proposing and the streetscape and similar built forms within the area. Perfect. First page, please, if you can start with the first page. Yeah, so this is what we're proposing. Even though we're proposing a 3-story dwelling, we intentionally hit the 3rd floor within the roof line so that we can reduce massing here. And if you go below, so this is the map listings of where the photos are taken from. A lot of them are on Balliol Street. And if you keep going, you'll see a lot of existing built forms with similar or even larger massing. And some are obviously 3 stories here as you continue down. So we wanted to make sure that what we're proposing fits the area, a traditional home that has a 2-story feeling with a roof showing. And we believe it definitely meets the neighborhood built forms overall. And there's more evidence of that if you keep going down these images.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna cut you there just because we're over time. I've given you a little bit of extra time. And I want to make sure. Thank you. I believe we have another speaker, but before we go to the other speaker, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Can we have our next speaker?
My name is CRESCENT. I am the homeowner of 450 BALLIOL, immediately to the west of 452, the applicant property. I have 4 concerns about the current application and the plans as submitted. 2 of the 4 may or may not be under the purview of this committee, but I'll be brief. So my first concern, if you could bring up the site plan that was submitted along with the application, shows our adjacent property on the rear having a 1-story addition. In fact, it's a 2-story addition. So I can't speak to the survey that they have as part of their application. And as a result, a 2nd floor window that they are proposing will have a direct view into a 2nd floor window on our house. This is on the west side of their building. Yeah, so you see it says 1-story frame addition. It's in fact 2, and they propose a window that would look directly in there along with a fire shutter. The second concern, and maybe semantics, perhaps not this committee's purview, is that the notations on the landscaping plan make reference to existing front yard metal fence and rear yard wood fence as existing, but don't specifically cite that they will be reinstated or maintained. The third point, and I have submitted some documents with mine, of which there are 2 PDFs listed, item 3 and 4. Item 3, if you'd be able to bring up, pertains to the walkway to the east of our home that abuts the west side of the proposal. And they propose 4 downspouts terminating at grade level, which would then potentially cause a flooding risk. A surface flooding is my concern. It is our principal way to egress the house to our backyard. You can see this area here. It's potentially a risk for flooding if the floor downspouts are discharged. And the last point that may tie into one of the variances is item number 4. If you scroll down, is the addition of the covered rear porch, which in fact I'm showing as an opaque wall there in black. It's detailed on the drawing submitted as a screen, which represents, I guess, 50% openness. There's no specific dimensions on the details, but it would sit at 8'6" height, the top of it. It wouldn't afford much privacy for either of us. And above that, on a steel post, they are floating a 14-inch steel I-beam. So that structure represents approximately 11'8" in overall height and another 12-foot depth off the back of the house. While we don't, we just feel the massing of that is quite large, and that would be the last of our concerns. And just to qualify that of the 10 letters of support, 2 of them are in fact duplicates. And that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. You have any questions? No questions. Okay. I'd like to give the applicant a chance to respond.
Certainly. So in regards to the window on the second floor, it's actually the only side window we have on the whole second floor. It's 4 feet wide. And I would say having a side window on a new dwelling is quite common in order to obtain natural light into the room. It's a reasonable requirement and also not a variance that we're proposing. So I think it's quite normal to have natural light or to want natural light into the bed space above on the second floors. I'm sure the homeowners have no intent to see out in terms of privacy concerns, but yes, it's a pretty normal ask. And if there's any other questions, the rest doesn't speak too much to the variances from this neighbor. So please let me know if there's any questions I can answer.
Okay, thank you. Have any questions? Okay, no questions. We've already addressed, the applicant's already addressed comments from planning staff. So we're ready to move this into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have one question of the applicant. The proposed privacy screen for the covered porch, what is the intended material for that?
It's going to be like slatted wood, natural material essentially, just to warm the kind of atmosphere of the deck and to provide privacy to both parties, both neighbors and the homeowners essentially, because these lots are quite narrow and close to each other. So generally neighbors actually like this proposal. So it's interesting that this particular neighbor is against it. I mean, they can speak with the homeowners. They're quite reasonable people and they've lived there for a long time. They know all the neighbors. So they're very accommodating to work with the neighbors. So it could be a continued discussion if it's a great concern to this particular neighbor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Okay. We're going into committee now. Any comments about the application?
I don't really share the staff's concern regarding building height. I mean, provided that provided that it's constructed as per the architectural elevations, they did do a really good job at the front of mitigating some of that mass by the change in material and stepping it back a little bit, the third story. The side walls are still at an appropriate height when you measure up to where they recess everything back.
Right. Given they've created a bit of a mansard condition
Yeah.
out of the third story, which at least from the streetscape, the front main wall seems to be capped at the second story. And then with a slight setback and the slope of the mansard condition, they've been able to get a third story in there, but they're still triggering those side wall variances from the third story essentially. I do notice it's on this particular street there are recently constructed dwellings at least from my perspective, pretty clear that they kind of surpass the 7.5 meter height restriction in the bylaw. Because initially I was concerned, but I think your observations are fair in that they have done a good job of mitigating the impact of height from the overall design. The other concern that I had, probably worth discussing, was with respect to building depth. While I certainly can appreciate that a lot of the building depth is concealed underground, I'm a little hesitant in when you look at the site plan, you look at it in comparison to the adjacent properties, it is taking a little bit of latitude with respect to that backyard space and kind of pushing back there. Not just with the rear main wall, but then with the covered porch, right, in relationship to the other dwelling. So that was just something that I flagged with this. Any comments?
I share your concern about that as well. I think the covered porch has the, it appears to be an extension of the building almost when you look at it.
Well, I think from a technical sense it is. I mean, we call it a technical variance, but the building is extending that far back. I'm all for finding ways of intensifying where it doesn't, mitigates the impact on adjacent properties. In this case, the extra building depth is underground, but there have been other applications where there's a desire to increase the building depth underground, and I've seen applications before committee where they do it to the extent where they're almost trying to connect to the garage, right? And they say, oh, well, it's all underground. But at the end of the day, they are there for the variance, right? It is technically an extension of the building. And I think in relationship to the adjacent properties on either side, if you take the covered porch into consideration, it's quite a bit beyond. And I certainly, my ears certainly perked up with respect to neighbors' concerns, specifically with respect to the amount of building depth, and also considering the fact that this is a lot that is kind of afforded the benefit of they don't have much of a side yard setback to begin with, right? So you look at the side yard setback on the, over to number 450. We had the owner speak to, right? The setback is pretty small. So when you're beyond the rear main wall there, if you include that privacy screen on the covered porch, I mean it's a pretty impactful extent. So those are my two concerns. But But I was curious to see what others had to say.
So it's not really the below ground portion that is concerning, it's the above ground portion being the porch. I'm wondering, an as of right condition, because you would always look at as of right, it would be useful to know how far a porch could project out, but we don't have the benefit of checking that right now. But I'm assuming there would be some type of projection. Is this something that is this something that, Simon, you could answer in a general sense? If covered porches are generally, not in this specific case, allowed to project just from.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are unable to answer zoning bylaw questions.
Yeah. And I mean, perhaps worth noting that despite the number of variances before us, you noted that there was not. We do have a variance for building depth. We are allowing that basement to, essentially saying, well, it's underground, therefore we sort of disregard sort of impact, right? Does that sort of open the doors for anybody to expand their basement into their backyard to the extent that this application is proposing?
I think you have to look at impacts, right? Or the impact of the above ground portion, I'm understanding the impact of the above ground portion being the covered porch, but the below ground the basement portion, it's when you're looking at minor, it's very hard to prescribe an impact to an underground structure.
Well, I mean, there is an impact in this case because we have an additional variance for landscaping, and I'm wondering if that is affected specifically by the variance for the building depth, right? So
I think it's affected by the covered porch extension, reduces the potential for rear yard soft landscaping, don't you think?
yeah, I do. Like we're not just talking about building depth here, right? There's other things that are being affected. And I mean, just in very broadly, very generally speaking, I mean, just the fact that we've got 11 variances before us, but just the sheer number is
it too much?
It's a bit of a flag. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, this surpasses the threshold for what would be considered too much house for the lot that it's on. And I'll be more specific about that. I'm particularly pertaining to the liberties taken with respect to the building depth. And then the covered porch, in addition to that, which in terms of the massing, extends that building as far back as it does.
May I comment?
No, sir. We're in committee now.
Okay.
So.
Could we have staff bring the site plan back up on the screen?
Yeah.
Please.
And I mean, while it was helpful that, the applicant showed other properties on the street, it doesn't really address the issue of the rear and building depth, right? I think I'd be more comfortable knowing that the degree to which this building extends back, that there is, again, I'll use the word prevailing, right, on the street, that this sort of setback is prevailing. What I don't want to see happen, and I also recognize too, I might point out, BALLIOL Street it's a street that is sort of, it's ripe for development, right? Like there's a lot of development in this area, very close to transit. It's certainly subject to a desire for intensification, and I just want to make sure that if we do grant these variances, that we're not opening the door for essentially other properties on the street to be. Now, it might set a new precedent, right? I'm just not convinced, based off the rear main wall of the flanking properties, that this fits, right?
I see your concern with with the building depth. When you look at it a little bit more, you're seeing that huge porch, and there isn't very much soft landscaping on the yard overall. I'd rather we not go necessarily with the staff's report, which is just to go like a full-on refusing everything. Because I think there's a lot of merit in what's been done.
I would agree. It's the building depth. I don't have any issue with the front. I think the strategy that the applicant has employed here with respect to use of a mansard roof and the step back and mitigating scale, it does all that it needs to do to meet the 4 tests from the streetscape, but from the back, I'm not convinced. And it's that site plan showing the adjacent properties that raises a red flag for me in this case. Are there specific variances that
I think I agree. I think I agree in terms of the building depth and landscaped open space. I mean, I think those are issues, but then that also might relate to FSI. I don't know if I don't recall if a below ground is FSI contributes to that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't necessarily have an issue with a FSI. It's specific. The variances of particular concern are that to allow the depth of that building to go as far back as it's being proposed.
I mean, if it's less deep, is there less FSI? But it's like I don't know if below ground.
Yeah, well, you'd have a reduction in the building depth, right? You wouldn't have a 20 meter building depth. So, I mean, 3 meters is it's a significant portion of a building. Okay. Any other comments? And if we don't have any other comments, we have a motion. Ms. Casson.
My concern is that my concern about the covered porch may not be affected by the variances.
Yeah.
Like there isn't a variance for the covered porch. But does the building length factor into that or no?
Whether they put you're saying they could still build the covered porch, but I don't necessarily have an issue with the basement being extended, but I do take issue. I mean, we're talking about privacy screens too, right? It's the sort of effective, the perceived depth, right, from the adjacent properties. When you take into account the covered porch and the screening that comes with it, the perceived depth is that the building extends to the edge of that porch. That's kind of where I fall short of being comfortable with an approval of that variance.
Right.
Does building depth include cover? Like, I mean, do we know? We can't get a zoning answer, but does the building depth include the covered porch?
We can pull out a committee and ask the applicant.
Okay.
Whether or not.
Okay.
Just move out of committee for a moment. Can we please get the applicant back to answer that question with respect to the covered porch?
Hi, thank you for getting me back. So the building depth does not cause FSI, extra FSI. So technically, if it would not be approved, the building depth variance, it will not affect the FSI. So that's one of your answers, essentially. Also, the privacy screen, I think the homeowners will be open and comfortable to removing that if it's a condition. If you have concerns with the perceived building length, And I do want to emphasize that the building length here, technically, it's less than the zoning bylaw allows. The zoning bylaw allows 17-meter building length. Above grade, we have 16.31 meters on the first floor, and less are all floors above.
The issue, though, the issue is also a covered porch. Is that included within building depth, right? Because does the build like
no?
Okay.
Well, hold on. I'm a little confused here because the building depth before us is for 20 meters.
I can explain that.
Okay. Because I'm assuming that 20 meters is inclusive of that porch based off of the survey, based off of the site plan. It kind of shows where the 17-meter mark is, right? It's
Correct.
beyond
So
the building
depth is exactly. It's due to the basement exercise room under the porch, but whether the porch is covered or not, that's not the reason for the building depth. The reason is because the deck is excavated.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the clarification. You have any other questions? No. Okay, let's move back into committee. I mean, I do take note that the rear main wall of the building is less than 17 meters, and they did note that on the site plan. That provides any comfort, perhaps?
And possibly, if we were to refuse the variance for rear soft landscaping, it would force them to, first of all, increase it to meet the bylaw, and also, which may impact the porch.
You wouldn't also be able to do the building depth with that, because if you have a below ground, like, I mean, could you have soft landscaping on top of a building?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay,
So it would impact, it's not to say that they couldn't put the basement under a covered porch, but there would have to be some sort of reconfiguration to address the lack of, or where they're falling short on the landscaping at the rear. Which, I just want to take a look at the specifics of that individual variance. Yeah, I mean, they're falling short about 14% on the soft yard landscaping. So, but I think Ms. Caston's sort of observation addresses some of the concerns with respect to the density at the rear, sort of ensuring that there's a sufficient amount of landscaping and open space, to prevent the sort of intensification that we want to avoid.
Are we comfortable with the rest of the, are we comfortable with the rest of the variances? Because I think we're somewhat in agreement on the building depth. We're somewhat in agreement with the landscape open space. But are the rest of the variances, or any of the others, does anyone take issue with any of the others?
The rear yard soft landscaping, that variance, admission of that covers the issue for me, because it addresses the concern at the rear, which is essentially, I mean, okay, a covered porch may be an as of right, but not if you're not meeting the requirements of landscaping in your backyard to build that porch, right? So if you hold the applicant to that zoning bylaw, then they'll have to find a way to kind of mitigate the amount of intensification at the rear, right? Which I think also addresses the concern of the neighbor, the immediate neighbor. So I would say yes. I don't have any issue with the other variances. as Ms. Casson pointed out, the rear yard soft landscaping is one that the only variance that I cannot support. Any other questions? I know this is a tough one. I think we're ready for a motion. I've got two options. And I'm gonna need a seconder. Or not.
Yeah, so, okay, I'll make a motion. I'll motion to, I'm comfortable with the building depth, knowing the landscape open space matter. So I'll motion to approve variance 1, approve variance 2, approve variance 3, approve variance 4, approve variance 5, approve variance 6, refuse variance 7, approve variance 8, approve variance 9, approve variance 10, approve variance 11, subject to condition 1 of forestry, and subject to the front elevation being constructed substantively in accordance with the plans submitted.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Casson seconds that motion. All in favor? Okay. The application is approved in part. Can we call Mr. Fazeli back? Okay, we're moving on to item number 23. 88 RYKERT Crescent. Purpose of the application is to construct a two-story single-family detached dwelling with a front covered porch, rear covered deck, rear walkout, and interlock walkway on the west side of the property. Variances for east and west side yard setbacks, building length, building depth, and height. On file, I have applicant's materials, including an arborist report, memorandum from Transportation Services, two memorandums from Urban Forestry, and an email from Metrolinx. Do we have the applicant here?
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Matt Taribo, Perspective Views, 5359 Tiverville Boulevard, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 88 RYKERT Crescent.
Good afternoon. Okay.
So we're proposing.
Sorry,
Yeah,
just before we go ahead, we're going to hear a short presentation on this.
I have a question to staff, but I don't really think I need a presentation.
Okay. Just wanted to, yeah, I have a brief introduction, and then yeah, I've got a full presentation, but if I can just, we're proposing to infill existing constructed two-story single-family detached dwelling.
Okay.
Also note that there are no letters of opposition. We have a total of 11 letters of support, including both neighboring properties that are most effective. Municipal planning staff have no concerns if you interpret as support for application. I've seen the standard forestry condition for the tree in the front. I'm a little under the weather and can further present or justification comments if necessary. Otherwise, I'm here to answer any questions. We think that these requested variances are modest and meet the tests. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other speakers. Just confirming with staff, we don't have anybody else. Nope. Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Has the TRCA been contacted? I know there's hazard lands at the rear at the rear.
Through you, Mr. Chair, all applications are circulated to TRCA.
Great. Any other questions? Nope. We prepared to move this into committee now. Okay. So we'll move that into committee.
Sorry, can I just ask one question of staff? Variance number 1 doesn't make reference to what the minimum building setback is. I'm going to say it's 1.2, but do we know?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for, if we don't have any other further questions, are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to motion subject to the conditions of transportation and forestry.
Motion to approve?
Oh, sorry. Did I just say it? I'd like to motion to approve, subject to conditions of transportation and forestry. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I second that.
We have a seconder.
Thank you, committee.
All in favor? Who's our seconder? We have a seconder, Mr. Fazeli, and all in favor, yes. Congratulations, sir. Application is approved.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You as well. Item number 24. Address is 15 Melton Grove Street. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. Variances before us are for a vehicular entrance width, driveway width, ground floor platform height, front yard landscaping area, front yard soft landscaping area, building height, parapet height, entrance height, and building height. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memorandum from Transportation Services, and 2 memorandums, again, from Urban Forestry.
One of which is a denial.
One of which is a denial, yes. Okay, do we have the applicant here?
Good evening, committee.
Good evening.
Jonathan Rutkowski,
And your address?
301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay. Given comments from forestry, I'm going to ask for a brief presentation. And if you could also, we can cover it in the Q&A portion, but you may want to speak to some of the comments from forestry that we received.
Yes, just to start with, I have provided some additional late material that you wouldn't have gotten, as well as I believe a revised staff report reflecting the changes that we've made that we had an ongoing discussion with staff about, that they are no longer in objection to the proposal. And I want to correct that. It's community planning that is no longer in objection to the proposal. I don't believe forestry has seen the revised proposal. Nonetheless, it is not my belief that forestry would change their mind with the revised proposal. And I'll review the as-of-right permissions of the dwelling and how that relates to the forestry conditions as it is.
Okay, before we go on, sorry, sir, before we go on, I just want to confirm there's no changes to the requested variances?
No, Mr. Chair, they are extensive, and that was where I was going. If you'd
Okay.
like, we can review the changes.
I will give you
that
your
I have
full time.
submitted.
Don't worry, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we understand before we go off on this.
So I have submitted a revised cover letter as well as a marked up public notice. It would be,
Can we pull that up?
I believe it's one of the extensions under support material staff. That's it there. So I have provided a revised list of variances. I've taken, first of all, the issued public notice and marked it up with what we have revised. I then also provided with you with an updated concise list of the variances that we're requesting. If this were to be meritorious, I would ask that you would make it based upon the final list of variances I have provided on page 4 of my support material. That would be the next page there. I'm happy to run through them if you would like, Mr. Chair. If you would like, again, the public notice has been marked up. Just to review maybe quickly what we have removed, that might help us sort of understand how we came to the revised staff report from planning. We are now in conformity with the platform height as well as the finished first floor level of the dwelling. They are actually both below 1.2 meters, which is the zoning bylaw. So that is reflected in a removal of variance 3 as well as variance number 8. So there is no more request required for the platform height or the pedestrian entrance.
Mr. Chair, can I just
Also,
suggest the...
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
reduce the width
Sorry,
of the
I'm just
driveway.
going to cut you off there for a minute, and we're going to stop the clock because I'll make sure that you get your full time.
Can the applicant just go through from 1 to the end?
Yes.
The changes first, and then he can proceed with his presentation on the merits of his application.
Yes, can we go back and we'll just start from the first variance, just so we can keep track?
Sure. Variance number 1 will remain as is.
Okay.
Variance number 2 is reduced to 9.15 meters.
Okay.
Variance number 3 is removed. Variance number 4 has been increased to 54.2%. Variance number 5 has been removed. Variance number 6 has been reduced to 8 meters. Variance number 7 has been removed. Variance number 8 has been removed. Variance number 9 has been reduced to 8.34 meters. I do not believe that this variance is still required, as it is under the old North York, and this was a zoning review that was completed in December of 2022, before that bylaw was repealed and 569/2013 came into full force. But out of abundance of caution, I would like to leave it. The reason that this is still required is the old North York zoning bylaw took the height from the crown of the road, which would have been the center line, in this case of Melton Grove. That's why we see a difference of the 8 meters to the flat roof under 569/2013 to 8.34 meters under the old North York zoning bylaw 7652. So essentially what that translates to is we see a difference of 0.34 meters from the elevation at the crown of the road being lower to the established grade of the dwelling. If you would continue on to the next page, we would then see an updated, concise list of variances that I have provided to the committee based upon the changes we just reviewed.
The document you provided,
Mr.
the document you provided us is very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, this again, Mr. Chair, is what we are requesting before the committee today.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could go to my support material, I also did submit a couple of photos, and the reason for the photos is we have 2 variances that I don't want to call irregular, but are not very common from what we see basically throughout the city of Toronto. The proposal before you is for a 3-car garage. Melton Grove is not a long street. It is a shorter street, hence Melton Grove. What I've done here is I've taken some of the adjacent dwellings, as we see in the first picture, essentially mimicking that said 3-car driveway. We can also see below a wider 2-car driveway. Now, why I've shown these wider 2-car driveways is we see that landscaping area actually extends further out from the actual garage door opening for both of the dwellings that are there today. And if we wanted to zoom in, we could see, again, that landscaped area from the curb is wider than the 2 door openings. In this case, the reduction of getting from the 9.46 meters to the 9.15 meters matches now what the exterior openings are the 2 furthermost points of the garage. The last page we see here, if we would go down one more, please, staff. We see this is actually a corner property on Melton Grove, where again we see it was not that one. Yes, what we see here, again, is a 3-car garage off the flanking street with a fluted sort of driveway entrance, again, adding additional landscaping. Turning to the height request variance, and if we could go to the architectural plans and just go to the front elevation, please. So the elimination of the parapet variance, these are the old, sorry, staff, if we could stay within my support material, that would have the revised plans. That's the other thing, Mr. Chair and committee. Any approval I would request be tied to these plans that have been submitted here also, which are in my support material. And I can't remember which day they were filed, but it was only within the last couple of days. Since that's it right there, that's perfect. Since we had the time to go back and forth. So what we see here is a true flat roof height of 8 meters. There is no parapet, and for you, Mr. Chair, there is no architectural feature that extends out past the front main wall of the dwelling. This is a true flat roof house. How that relates to the dwellings we saw before and how that would fit in with the character of the neighborhood, those dwellings all had large pitched roofs, kind of that idea of seeing a lot of roof on a house. In this case, the permitted height within this neighborhood is 10 meters. If we take what's permitted as the main wall height within this neighborhood, it would be 2.5 meters. So in effect, the dwelling that could be permitted here with an as-of-right house would be a 7.5 meter main wall height, which if you take the roofing here that you see in black would be very similar to a main wall height of 7.5 meters, plus an additional 2.5 meters of main wall height. So in terms of the massing of this dwelling, at 8 meters, it is essentially 2 meters below what a pitched roof height dwelling would be. And I hope I articulated how that relates to the main wall height permission being 7.5 meters in terms of those side walls and the front wall of the dwelling. To circle back to the landscaping, there is no additional landscaping in the front portion at all that would cause any further reduction in what can be provided. And again, through the pictures I've shown, I believe, in my opinion, this is not introduction of a built form of a 3-car garage that does not exist along Melton Grove as it is. And lastly, if we could just go back to that revised list of variances, it is my opinion that the revised list of variances, which I believe ultimately will be 4 with the elimination of number 5, has led to a dwelling that really fits and is compatible with the built form of this neighborhood. Again, the adverse impact of not having any type of built form variance being building length, building depth, side yard setback, coverage, in my opinion, really shows the compatibility of this dwelling with the zoning bylaw, therefore conforming with the official plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. Have any questions?
I have a question for the applicant. You're proposing to amend variance 2 for a driveway width of 9.15. Can you address how that is serving to address the comments from forestry? How is that addressing their comments?
Could we bring up if we could bring up the survey, please? We could zoom in. What we see here really are the those two 40 centimeter diameter trees that are on the streetscape. Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Cassidy, any 2-car driveway really would affect the tree to the south. Sorry, the tree on the bottom of the screen, which is the east. Again, that tree to the west, in my opinion, would not be touched as there is no expansion of that driveway. So any type of 2-car driveway, which is very common on a lot of this width being 19.58 meters, a little over 60 feet, would request the removal of that one tree. So again, to really go into that built form of what is in this neighborhood, in terms of at minimum, through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Casson, would be a 2-car garage. Again, that extension would always go to that portion, which would be the shorter portion to the lot line. If we zoom out a little bit, we might be able to see that a little bit better of where we see there, with the 2-car driveway would always go closer to that lot line towards that 0.4 meter diameter tree there.
So just a clarifying question. So in its current existing setup, it is not possible. The driveway it does not function as a two cars cannot get by in there in its current
It would not, Mr.
width.
Chair, no.
Okay.
Could I ask a question? I guess I'm struggling with regards to, we have to meet the intent of the zoning bylaw. My struggle is with the variance to provide for I guess right now you're proposing a 9.15 meter driveway and having basically three garage ports. My general understanding is, I mean, how is the intent of the zoning? What is your position on the intent of the zoning bylaw? I'm assuming you're a planner. It sounds like citing the official plan. So, what is your interpretation regarding the intent of the zoning bylaw for those provisions?
Yeah, so there's two aspects to this. Really, the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, in my opinion, really is to ensure that there's a compatible built form within an area, as well as to ensure that these new developments or any new development does not cause any type of unacceptable adverse impacts on the existing neighborhood. Again, the proposal, in my opinion, through the photos I've showed, that exists within this neighborhood itself. This isn't the introduction of a built form. Sorry, I'm using the word built form. I'm going to call it a exterior driveway feature. I would like to correct myself with that. In terms of that exterior feature that doesn't exist within this neighborhood itself. This would be compatible with what we see exists on this street, in my opinion, in substantial numbers, and on a corner property on that flanking side also. In terms of the idea of that maximum driveway width, it's really what can be accommodated on that site relative to two things. One being the width of the property itself. In this instance, we have 19.58 meters, which is sort of, I would call it even larger than that typical North York lot of 15 meters or 50 feet. So in the instance of this, we still have a visible front entrance on the opposite side of the driveway. Again, creating eyes on the street. Looking at the built form policies of 4.15, we speak to that. We speak to having a visible front entrance with windows. We're not having a 3-car front garage that dominates exclusively the streetscape and what somebody would see on Melton Grove. There's still a dwelling that you see. And if we wanted to go to the front elevation, we would be able to see that. So to circle back to that intent, through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that Mr. Auspitz, again, this isn't a compatible built form with what already exists within the neighborhood itself. And we see here a visible front window with living space that, again, already exists on this street itself. This isn't the introduction of something that doesn't exist along Melton Grove, causing any type of, destabilization or something that would stick out like a sore thumb that you wouldn't be able to see really looking to the adjacent neighborhood.
That's what I'm struggling a little bit with. I understand that there's a precedence of this, but then I also understand that there is intent to try to keep away from a car-dominated type of streetscape. That's my interpretation of intent. And the reason why 6 meters, my interpretation, is typically included is because you would like to have, it's appropriate to accommodate side-by-side parking. So I am struggling because I recognize the intent. I recognize the precedence on it within the street. I don't know if there's a precedence of driveways at the curb being 6 meters. I think they flare generally. However, I do also. So I recognize there's some precedence, but I also struggle a little bit that I don't know that the intent of the bylaw is to have basically the garage dominate the entire dwelling.
I would share in that observation. I'm just looking at the site plan, and I just to clarify, because I want to make sure I understand precisely what's being proposed. The proposed driveway is essentially taken from each end of the 3-car garage, and it's just a straight shoot to the street. There's no, I believe the word you used is a bit of a flare. A flare. I mean, I grew up in a similar house to this, and it's very common to have a flare, particularly on that 3rd-car garage, as to mitigate the curb cut at the street. You know, that way you don't have a massive, right? And it also provides a bit of an opportunity for soft landscaping along the curb, that, you know, down the road, right? Whether it be trees or not, it's something that at least kind of mitigates that, as you put it, that kind of car domination of the streetscape. A question for the applicant. You noted, yes. Yeah, I just have a question for you. You noted, I understand, given is a bit of a unique situation, given that you're kind of the driveway in its existing form is in between 2 trees, and you noted the struggle with maintaining one of the 2 trees. Is there a possibility to configure the driveway in such a way that at least affords a protection or preservation of one of the 2 trees?
Mr. Chair, if we can go to the site plan, I might have a solution to that. I could propose some type of a condition that would deal with that. The middle tree there, what I could say is there could be no expansion along the city boulevard of the, I just want to make sure I had it correct. There could be no expansion of the city boulevard to the north along the existing portion on the right-of-way. Or no, sorry, no expansion of the right-of-way driveway to the north portion, which would ensure that that northern tree would be maintained. And then we could essentially curve the portion. We would have to curve a portion of the driveway, which again would reduce that amount of hardscape, which invariably would most likely remove variance number, would most likely remove the revised variance number 3, which would no longer have a minimum landscaping variance at all. We would meet the landscaping variance in its entirety, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I did notice that, and I appreciate that you've brought some attention to that variance as well. Is there any? I just wanted to get your thoughts with respect to limiting the curb cut to 6 meters, whether that it would be sufficient to the access of a 3-car garage, at least from the street.
You know, I would maybe even go further, Mr. Chair, and just say there can't be an expansion of that existing curb cut, if that would please the committee. We would be happy with that as a condition, with no expansion of that curb cut.
Well, it would in essence, it would kind of preserve the two trees at the front, if I'm not mistaken. If we're not changing the curb cut and the driveway is going to flare after the trees.
We would do our best, Mr. Chair. I would be open to that as a condition.
Yeah, because I'm just, while I recognize that there are other properties with, limited trees on their sites, and they do have rather wide driveways, it doesn't sort of absolve us of taking into consideration our urban canopy, right? It is covered in the official plan. And I don't, just because perhaps this street is falling a little bit short on its canopy, I don't want to diminish that. I want to make sure that we're affording the same application with respect to trees along the boulevard to this application that we would any, regardless of whether or not other neighbors have trees on their property.
Sir, Mr. Chair, I would be okay with that condition. We would be fine with that.
Okay. Any other questions? of the applicant? No. Okay. Okay. Can I ask, just give me a moment here. Just to confirm, we don't have any other speakers to this? Okay. If we don't have any other questions of the applicant, we're prepared to move into committee? Yes? Okay. Comments? Unless somebody's ready to bring a motion forward?
I just wanted to talk about the driveway.
Of course.
In the absence of having a revised site plan that shows what that's going to look like, we probably would have to pick, I get the no change to the existing driveway, but you almost need a distance from the street to the property to ensure the protection of the trees. I don't know if the applicant could, are you following me?
I'm following, but I think, maintaining the existing curb cut, the curb cut happens I apologize. Yeah, I mean, I'm misreading here because I mistaken the I realized that the city the curb cut's actually before the trees. I see your point. I see your point. It's well made.
I just think it might need to be for a distance back from the street.
Well, it would be maintaining a certain width of the driveway up into a certain point,
Yes.
at which point the applicant would have flexibility to flare the driveway to the 3 spaces. But we may need some help on the wording of such a condition.
Matt, I know you are in committee, but Ms. Casson did suggest maybe I could offer some insight into the wording of the condition.
Sure,
If the committee
we're going to pull this out of committee for a moment to allow the applicant to speak.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I would suggest wording of such that says there will be no alteration of any of the landscaping or the driveway on the city boulevard. That would guarantee that everything property line out could not be touched.
Fantastic. I think that would satisfy my concerns. Any other comments? Okay, let's move back into committee. You have a motion? Take your time.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to attempt a motion for approval. I'd like to recommend approval of variance 1, variance 2 as amended.
Can you also state what the amendment is?
Yes, from the proposed driveway width is, in the public notice, it's 9.46. The applicant has indicated that he could do 9.15, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just bringing up the notice, the revised notice from the applicant with the changes to the variances as we go through them.
Okay. The applicant has indicated removal of variance 3.
Okay.
And I'm recommending approval of variance 4 as amended from the proposed front yard landscaping area from 52.8% to 54.2%. The variance 5, I believe, has been removed by the applicant. Variance 6, as amended, so from the proposed building height was indicated as 8.18. The revised height, proposed height is 8 meters, even. I believe variance 7 has been removed. Variance 8 has been removed. And variance 9, as amended, from a proposed building height of 10.29 to 8.34 meters, subject to the condition, where did I write it? That there be no alteration to the driveway or landscaping within the city boulevard.
Okay,
I think so.
I think we covered everything. Oh, yeah.
And subject to forestry's recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Okay. Mr. Auspitz seconds that. All in favor? Okay. The application is approved as amended.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 5:40. Sorry, if you have any questions, I'm just going to ask. Oh, staff will be able to answer that for you. They're keeping track of us. Good job. Good job. No, really. Good job. No, and on the BALLIOL. Good job on the soft landscaping. Because you're trying to figure out what. Yeah. Yeah. It's just. And I know that area.
Yeah.
It's you're gonna try to pack as much streets as you can, for sure. You got to be mindful that the housing stock is not it's not built to be dense to the proposals that we're seeing today. They're sort of what's left of them, right? Yeah. They haven't been taken over by condominium. So, but you're right about the front elevation. I mean that mansard strategy is works really well, and it just you can get a good 2-story front main wall without having to have your 10-foot ceiling and your 11-foot ceiling. It just feels, especially with the width, but that site plan is unnerving at the depth compared to the adjacent. Yeah, and it's one thing if it's as of right, within the as of right, you get your FSI and you're short on a few other things, but then to exacerbate that with a covered porch and then to ask for the basement because, well, we have the covered porch and say, well, the covered porch isn't as of right. It's not an as of right because you are asking us to take away from the soft landscaping at the rear. So many. Yeah, I don't.
محسن دیگه ولی نیست نه یه زمانی بود 4-5 سال پیش رفتم بچه شما تو 80 بودید آره ریال استیت اینجا خونه کی ساختن کی کلان نیستن نمیشه طرف جدیه هلو کی جوابش رو
بعد از اون موقع میتونه شروع کنه. اونجا دست نیست.
Could you color? You can color, yeah.
خیلی ارزون خریدم.
5:30. Maybe
یه
either
مدت
8
سه
o'clock
چهار سالی
tonight,
دست
tonight,
یه سری افغانی
or yeah.
الان خالیه.
Okay, tomorrow after 10. Okay.
Thank you. The plug is there. گفت جوونن برای فروش خب بالاخره یه روز میخوام بفروشم. خود چینی چیه؟ خود چینی ها آسانسور دوست دارن، همه قدیم دوست داشتن. و الان این محله ما همین کوچه شش تا توس امسال فروش رفته، 4 تا خریداش چینی بوده. نه تو گلدون درست پشت ما
Okay, we're back. We are on item number 25, 266 Homewood Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. And we've got variances for building length, east and west side yard setbacks, number of stories, lot coverage, as well as east and west side exterior main wall heights. File items, applicant, materials from the applicant, including an arborist report, as well as a letter of objection from the neighbors at 264 Homewood Avenue, and a letter of objection from 195 Golding Avenue. I've also got a staff report included here from community planning. Do we have the applicant? Great. If you could just state your name and address into the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haidari, 109 Dalmis Road, Unit 506, Toronto, Ontario. I'm designer and applicant.
Okay. Be able to give us a brief presentation on the application?
Sure.
And
as a staff reported,
before you take off, if you could also address, specifically with this one, if you could just also address some of the comments made in the staff report for us?
Sure. Of course, the first about the comments, we had the conversation with the staff, Mrs. Diana, and we accepted to have the changes with her, and supposed to have the support from the staff with these changes. And the sidewall height, we changed to 8.8 meter.
Okay, so actually, just when we're going to change variances, can we please
variance number 6 and 7?
So variance number 6 and 7.
Yes.
You would like to amend?
Yes, from 10 meter to 8.8 meter.
Okay, very good. So it's been revised to 8.8 meters. And it's just those two variances, everything else is the same?
Yes, everything is same, yes. And if you want, I can make it a short presentation.
Yes, please.
Yes, variance number 1 dealing with the building lengths. And if you bring the drawing number A04, the building lengths that we are talking is just the main floor, that is 17.27 meter, is 0.27 meter more than the bylaw, and it's just for front bay window area at the front, that the depth it's 4.73 meter. It means just 4.73 meter of the front wall is projecting 0.27, and just on the main floor. So the second floor, we have 1.5 meter setback from the front. And the variance number 2 and 3 is the common approved variances in the neighborhood, the 1.5 meter side yard setback. Variance number 4, that is triggered here, 2-story. Bylaw is a 3-story. If you see the drawing number A11, yes, the new bylaw is passed November 22, so change the bylaw about the definition of the basement. And the basement right now, if the basement, the mid of the basement is lower than the established grade, it's considered the basement. If it's higher than the established grade, it's considered the first floor. And for this reason, we have the 3-story building if the mid of the basement is higher than the established grade. But
Yes.
in this case is lower. If you see we mentioned the location of the mid of the basement on all part of the building from the front to the back. So why is 3-story? It's because the internal area for the mudroom after garage that unfortunately, it's covered on the basement plan. The landing for the garage access to the house is more than a small landing because we have the access to the other stairs going to the basement and the side door. So for that reason, the mudroom behind the garage is more than regular mudroom size, and the examiner considered this one closer to the established grade, and the main floor by his examination is at that level. So for that reason, we have the 3-story, but we have no 3-story result on the definition of the basement. And what you see here, we comply with the definition of the basement height and also the main and second floor. And number 6 and 7 that I explained to you, and if you see the side elevation on the drawing, so we have the 7.5 meter side wall height that is comply with the bylaw. And the only area that we have more than this is because of the architectural feature that we like to have on the design. And if you see the drawing, for example, the drawing A-10 and A-9. Actually, this drawing is the old drawing. We submitted the new drawing that is attached to the staff report. Yes, exactly, yeah. So if you see, we have the bay window on the side that is projecting more than 7.5 meters. It's just for the architectural design from the front and the back. It's not something that we really need the height. For the building height, we have enough height for the building. The only things that we have here is projecting more than 7.5 meters. It's just for the architecture that staff has no comment on it based on the conversation and the communication that we had with them. If there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have any questions for the applicant, the agent? No. Believe we have another speaker on this item.
Actually, the speaker, Mr. Espanier, is here, and he already talked about this. Oh, withdraw? Okay. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. So just to confirm, he doesn't wish to speak?
No, he withdrew, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and him graduated from the architecture school in the back home, so we are friends. And actually, I explained the changes that we did and the application, and he's satisfied with the changes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for taking the time to work that out in advance. It's something we always encourage.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. If there are no questions for the applicant or the agent, can we move into committee? Yes? Okay. Any comments?
I'm ready to make a motion if there's no comment or questions.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions that are set out in the recommendations of the staff report, which the applicant already mentioned that accepted the modification. Those are the variances number 6 and number 7, and it's going to be changing to 8.80 meters. Yes, and I believe these variances satisfies the 4 test. So I make a motion to approve this application.
Can I just yes?
I'd like to second, but I'd like to point out it's appreciated that the applicant has addressed both planning staff's concerns as well as neighbors' concern. I think specifically from 266 Homewood Avenue regarding the height of the exterior main walls. So
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that there's a recommendation from staff for a condition about attaching the elevation drawings, east and west side elevation drawings as a condition of approval, but are they the ones that are the attachment to this report, or are they a newer version? I'm not sure.
Can we get some clarification from staff on the most recent set of elevation drawings, whether or not do we have a date on them?
Yes, there is the date and is attached to the report, staff report. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move out of committee just for a minute. Sir, just to confirm, the drawings that are attached to the staff report, the elevation drawings, they do reflect the most recent changes in the variances. Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm. Okay, that's a good idea. Can we please pull up the staff report? More specifically, the attachments. So just to confirm, that is the amended
yes,
the elevation with the new side main wall height.
Yes, and also there is the bubble on the height of the side wall is 8.8 meter on the drawing. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Did we want to amend the motion to include?
Sure, so I'll make a motion to approve this application with the condition that's set out on the staff report, which applicant already accepted, the modified variance of number 6 and number 7 to 8.80 meters. Also, the conditions is to be, the report to be attached, the staff report, which mentioned developing in accordance with the east and west side elevation drawings submitted to Committee of Adjustment. Date stamp as received on November 15, 2023. Attached as attachments number 1 and 2 to this report.
Okay. We have a seconder? Ms. Casson? All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you and have a great night.
Okay, moving on, item number 26, 79 Empress Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new single-family dwelling. We've got variances for side exterior main walls. On file, I have application materials from the applicant, which include an arborist report, as well as a memorandum from Urban Forestry. They are asking for standard conditions in that memorandum. Do we have the applicant here? Or online, I should say?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owner of 79 Empress.
Okay. Before we ask for, just going to reach out to members. Do we want to hear a brief presentation on this? Okay. It seems I mean, it's your choice, but it seems like we don't need to hear a formal presentation on this, if you're comfortable with that.
Mr. Chair, it is very straightforward. This is an application that's already been in front of committee. We're just rectifying a variance that was at the last hearing in November of 2022. It is very straightforward. We are going from a main wall height of 9.97 down to 8 meters. Just that now it does relate to both sides. So it is very straightforward, very consistent, as you can see from the neighboring properties. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay. And I should say the supplementary material that you provided us is certainly helpful to understand the nature of the variance. So I thank you for that.
I'm glad it's helpful. It's nice to hear that it is helpful.
Do you have any questions? Okay, let's move into committee for discussion. And if there's no discussion, perhaps I'll ask if anyone wants to bring a motion.
Yes, I will motion to approve subject to forestry condition number 1, as the application meets the test of a minor variance.
Okay,
And I'll second that.
Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? Okay, the application is approved.
Thank you very much, and have yourself a great evening.
You as well. Thank you for your patience. Moving on to item number 27, 57 Verwood Avenue. Proposal is to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances for east side yard setback and east side yard setback for rear deck, as well as lot coverage. On file, I have application material from the applicant, which includes an arborist report. Do we have the agent with us?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hi, and I believe also from staff, we have a second speaker who's in the gallery. Okay, can you please state your name, address, and give us a brief presentation on this application?
Yes, hi, my name is Jamie Shadletsky. My address is 521 Atlas Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M6C3R4. I am the agent for 57 Verwood. I think this is a fairly straightforward application. We have staff support, no objections. It's in keeping with nearby recent approvals in terms of built form, massing, and scale, and in general meets the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. In specific, the side yard setback, while on one side we're asking for a very small variance, the other side is in keeping with the zoning requirements. The side that's only 1.2 does widen pretty significantly to almost 1.6 meters, and that's after the garage. Comparable approvals recently nearby have gone as low as 0.58 meters or 0.6 and 0.92. And then in terms of lot coverage, I just wanted to point out that the reason why there is even a variance for this is just due to the unusually shallow lot we have here. Traditional lots nearby are like 150 feet deep plus, so about 50% deeper. But as I had discussions with Diana Steinberg, planner at North York, we agreed that the built form and the massing and the scale of this proposal is in keeping with the prevailing neighborhood patterns. So although we do need the coverage variance, the actual proposal is still in keeping with what you've had approved nearby. And actually, you've had approvals more recently, there's two in mind, at Bainbridge and Faywood that have actually gotten approvals for over 40% coverage. But like I said, Diana Steinberg and I had a discussion. She had no concerns with any of the variances. And also I just wanted to point out that there are no accompanying variances related to depth, building length, or soft landscaping. And I think that's pretty integral here just to speak to the nature of the lot coverage. It's really just the unusually shallow lot that requires that variance. It's not that we've proposed here some giant house whose massing does not keep with what we've already approved nearby in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? No questions?
So in terms of lot coverage, we're going significantly higher. In terms of number, do you have examples? And I think when you're looking in terms of compatibility, you would look to the street, right? Do you have examples on the street of lots that are in proximity to this, to what's being proposed?
No, my research looked at 73 Bainbridge and 151 Faywood, which are nearby, although not on the same street. Respectively, they were 41.19% coverage and 42.89% coverage. 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 42.89% cover
Any other questions? Okay, we have one more speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Barry Gordon, and I live at 59 Verwood, which is right next to it. My concern is this is a cul-de-sac. There are children playing. To increase the size of a house and have more cars in the driveway, where they propose to have a two-car driveway, where the driveway is only wide enough for one car. This impedes on children playing on the street. There are signs on the street that we have to set up for everyone to drive slowly. There are a number of seniors on the block. The more cars on the block, the harder it is for the seniors to get around. So I oppose this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the last speaker? No questions? Okay, thank you, sir. I'd like to give the applicant a chance to respond.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention, just because it's a very strange coincidence, 59 Verwood just sold his house to the brother of the owner of 57 Verwood, my client.
So it's not, yeah, not relevant.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any questions? No? Okay. All right, let's move into committee. Comments?
It's a lot of coverage compared to what's in the zoning bylaw. And I'm trying to kind of work through that. It's appropriate for for a low density residential development, the amount of coverage, but it's still a lot more than what's around it. So is it keeping within the general character?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because there's not a lot of variances before us, right? I mean, lot coverage really is the, and I think the applicant was helpful in pointing out that, you know, in a lot of cases when we see lot coverage, we also see things like building depth, other variances that sort of add to an overall massing and scale. In this case, I mean, I would agree, you know, that they, you know, they're limited with respect to the depth of this particular lot. But I would also, you know, to counter that, I would also say you look at adjacent properties, and so the orientation of those houses is typically along the street. They don't have very much building depth to begin with. You know, but it is challenging because if the bylaw allows for, you know, a certain building depth, they're certainly building within the, you know, within the scope, right? The you know, the bylaw. It's almost, it's pretty difficult not to trigger lot coverage for a house of this nature.
They're mostly within the scope because they're also asking for a side yard setback relief, right? They're mostly within scope.
Can we just pull up the site plan? I mean, I do note that where the, you know, there's a 1.21 meter setback on the one side. You know, the number 55 is pretty close itself, right? I mean, I do. I mean, it does seem the setback is a little bit more. But I mean, is it, you know, materially, you know, further setback. I see the setback on the other side, significant setback, but, you know, there's no variance on the other side. So, and that said, you know, if they do increase that side yard setback, to what extent does that help with the lot coverage? Not much. You know, I look at the rear, you've got a rear covered porch. I mean, nothing kind of, in terms of accessory structures at the rear, it doesn't seem like there's anything that's sort of excessive or out of keeping with what would be typical, right? At least to kind of check that box of having that that structure back there. You know, a rear covered porch, it's pretty typical for a dwelling of this size. But I do acknowledge your comment about the lot coverage being a little bit on the high side.
I think it definitely meets the appropriateness test. Yeah, I think it definitely meets the appropriateness test. In terms of that much of an increase, is it a minor increase? I mean, low density residential farm, you do see a lot of 40%. I haven't seen much here, but I do see a lot of 40% for low density residential development. The question is it within the plan built form for what's around it, or is that something that's more appropriate in terms of dealing with it more comprehensively when you're going up from 30 to basically 30% more than what's permitted as of right? Is that something that's more appropriate to be comprehensively addressed? And I don't know.
I mean, I certainly can appreciate, you know, we've got a 16.89 meter length or depth here. You know, even where they're still in compliance with, you know, the bylaw, they're not triggering building depth. That building depth, as you notice, is only applied to a portion at the rear, right? And that addition is set away from the neighbors. So there is certainly a degree of sensibility and consideration here, I think, for adjacent properties in the plan. And like I said earlier, I think kind of avoiding going over on the lot coverage is quite difficult in order to get a house like this on a lot that isn't afforded, you know, building depths, you know, longer building depths at the rear.
I think the reason we're struggling, we're struggling with this as well is when you look at it in the context of what is on either side of it. They're one-story existing dwellings, which are obviously the original dwellings in the neighborhood. Over time, these will transition to very similar, probably, housing types.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think the fact that there's only the one variance, although it's fairly significant, I think you could still consider it minor.
Yep. I could support that, yeah. We have a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. Don't think there's any conditions on it. I think that it is appropriate for the neighborhood, and you know, we'll be revitalizing the housing stock in this area as well. So to see a new dwelling that is mostly complying with the bylaw is probably a good thing. And these, I will also note that these side yard variances are, while they don't meet the bylaw, they are larger than some of the variances we've been viewing today, so.
Yeah, but there is also a setback on that side yard, I just noticed. You go from 1.21 and it does
Yes.
notch into a 1.57 at the rear, so I do recognize that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm recommending approval of the application. I think it is appropriate. I think it's generally meets the intent of the OP and zoning, and it's appropriate for the area.
I'll second that.
Okay. Mr. Fazali seconds that. All in favor? Okay, motion's carried. The application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 2837, ALLVIEW Crescent. Purpose of the application is to construct a two-story side addition behind the garage and a new basement walkout. We have variances for a south side yard setback, south side yard setback for a rear second-story platform, south side yard setback for a front platform, and the area, the size of a front platform at or above a second story. On file, we have material from the applicant. We have submission from Metrolinx, as well as letter of support from the neighbors at 34, 35, 36, and 39 ALLVIEW Crescent. We also have a staff report from community planning. I just want to make sure, because I know some items came in late, that I'm not missing anything else here, but I will ask staff that shortly. We have a speaker. We have the applicant and the owners here to speak to the application.
Hi, my name is Pavel Numov. I'm owner of the place, 37 ALLVIEW Crescent.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say.
Good evening, sorry. Yeah.
Good evening.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair, I see two names there. Do you want to remind them it's 5 minutes total?
Yes, thank you. Just to remind you, I'm happy to have two people speak, but let's please keep it to 5 minutes.
No, it's just me from my end. As I'm the owner, do you want me to present it or?
Okay, very good. Yeah, I have Mary, sorry, pronounced wrong.
That's my wife. She's not. That's my wife. She's not there. She's not going to be right.
Okay, very good then.
She's also the owner of the place.
Okay, it's all you then. You've got the full 5 minutes to yourself.
Well, I don't think I need 5 minutes. It's basically my house. We've been living there since 2018. We're in good relationship with all the neighbors. You see the letters. Basically, the purpose of this addition, I'm working from home. I need the personal office space. I also need the additional bedroom, as I have a big family. Basically, we're going within the existing line of the house. Existing footprint and the setback, the current setback. So that's, I think, covers first three variants. And we had a good conversation with the planners, and they suggested that we need to decrease the current size of the platform, the front platform, which we did to 10 square meters, and I believe you have the documents for that.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in here. We will stop the clock for a minute. Can we just pull up the public notice? I just want to confirm. So we are modifying variance number 4, which pertains to the proposed front platform area at or above the second story, and we're amending that from 20.9 square meters to 10 square meters. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Okay.
That's about it.
I'm just confirming that. Is that the only amendment you're proposing?
Yes, that's the only amendment. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may go on.
I mean, I'm finished. There's not much I can tell about that. I'm here for myself. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? No questions? Okay. Just to confirm, we don't have any other speakers to this file? No other speakers. Okay. Moving into committee.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, I think it's great that we could tell that the applicant clearly spoke to other neighbors, and that's very much appreciated. And I think all of the variances appear to be appropriate. I don't have any concerns with any of them. I'd like to motion to approve unless anyone has concerns, subject to conditions.
Which conditions?
There was, oh, sorry, subject to the modification for variance number 4. Reducing the platform from 20.9 square meters to 10 square meters.
Okay. Just confirming, we don't have any other recommendations from staff on this file? I don't see anything. Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay. A second from Mr. Fazali. All in favor? Okay, the motion passes. The application is approved. Moving on to item 29. (35) MCMAHON Drive. Did I pronounce that right? MCMAHON? No, I didn't. How is that pronounced? Staff, you know? I might ask the applicant. MCMAHON. Hey, the purpose of the application is to seek relief from the zoning bylaw to reduce the parking requirements for 20 parking spaces. And the variances refer to the parking space dimensions. On file, I have material from the applicant as well as a report from Transportation Services. Is the applicant or agent with us?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening. And how do we pronounce this street name?
Sir, I am so embarrassed to tell you that I do not actually know. In
Well-
my mind, it was McMahon as well. But
Okay.
I don't actually know the answer to that, sir. I'm so sorry to say.
It's okay. I'm not the only one. I don't. It's okay. We'll find out. Do we need? I'm just going to. We don't have any other speakers. I'm just going to ask other members if we need a presentation on this one. I'm seeing a no. But I do want to check with the applicant first, just to make sure, give you an opportunity to speak and just ensure that there's no changes to the application.
Thank you, sir. So for the record, my name is Megan Barrett, and I'm a lawyer at Airden Burles LLP, and our address is 181 Bay Street. I believe, sir, that this is a very straightforward application. There are 3 technical variances relating to parking space width and length standards. It only affects 20 of the 539 parking spaces in the development, and they arise following construction of the spaces, and they're there to address deficiencies that arose because of the construction of vertical pipes and ventilation ducts that occurred through the construction process. And sir, there's a report from transportation staff in your file that recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 2 conditions. And so all I want to say about the conditions, sir, is that my client consents to those conditions. So in my submission, these 3 variances meet the 4 tests, and I ask that the committee approve the variances with the conditions recommended by staff. And I'm here if the committee has any further questions for me about the application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the concise presentation there. I do see the recommendations from transportation. You have any questions? No questions? Okay, let's move this into committee. Do we have any comments? And if not, do we have a motion?
I'd like to motion.
Okay,
I'd like a motion to approve, subject to transportation conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Ms. Caston seconds that. All in favor? Okay, approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, item number 30, 22 Yorkview Drive. Purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new 3-story dwelling with a covered porch, rear deck, and a rear walkout. Just to note, this application was deferred on October 26th, and now is back before us. Variances include rear platform setback, main entrance height, number of stories, building length, rear platform area, front platform area, and south side yard setback. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a letter of objection from 35 Yorkview Drive.
And Mr. Chair, there's a late staff report.
We also have, thank you, we also have a late staff report. I'm going to ask staff to pull that up on the screen for us. Okay, so we have an email from staff just noting that the recommendations from the staff report written on September 6th still remains. We've got that, and can we pull up that staff report from September 6th? I believe that was part of the late submission as well. Okay. Do we have the applicant or agent here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. This is Nushin Muzaffari from HOMEWOOD Studio, presenting my client, owner of 22 Yorkview.
Okay, I'm just going to, just before you, I'd like to hear a presentation from you, but before I do, just be mindful of your proximity to the microphone, just so we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and I'll ask, are you proposing any changes to the application before you present?
Yes.
Okay, can we pull up the public notice? And I'm going to ask you to take us through the public notice, through the variances, and let us know what changes to what variances you are proposing.
Variance number 1 is removed. And variance number 5 is reduced to 27.2 square meter.
Okay. So just to confirm, variance 1 is removed altogether?
Yes.
And variance number, you said 5?
5 is reduced to 27.2.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, can we get a brief presentation?
Yes, sure.
Just state your name and address for us.
Yes, this is Nushin Muzaffari from HOMEWOOD Studio, representing my client, owner of 22 Yorkview.
Okay.
If I want to give you a brief presentation, I need the staff to kindly put the latest drawings I've submitted. Yes, this one. If you look at the site plan, as you mentioned, this case has been before committee a couple times in the past, and we have so many objection letters from the neighbors. What we have done is to increase the side setback on the south side at the rear portion of the building. So at the front, still the variance is 4 feet instead of 6 feet required, but at the rear, we are increasing the side setback, and consequently, we are, since the rear deck is aligned with the rear portion of the building, the setback of the rear deck is increased, and that's how variance number 1 is removed, and the area of the deck is reduced. Generally, if I want to summarize the application, variance number 2 is for the first floor height. We are asking for a foot for the height of the first floor to be 1.5 instead of 1.2. Variance number 3, 5, and 6 are basically technical variances. As you see, the proposed is a 2-story house on top of garage, like many other houses in the neighborhood. But considering the new change in the definition of the first story, the building is considered 3-story now because the basement is first story, and consequently, all the platforms that are located at the first floor are now considered to be at the second floor, and their area should be limited to 4 square meter, and variance number 5 and 6 are generated because of that. Number 5 is for the area of the rear deck, which is a regular deck, but it's considered as balcony now. And variance number 6 is for area of the porch at the front, which is just a regular size for the porch, but it's still a variance. Number 4 is for the length, and it's only for the extension of breakfast area, which includes less than half of the building at the rear, and it's just a 1-story extension. And variance number 7 is for the side setback at the south side. Still, the number remains the same at 1.22, but in reality, we are increasing the setback at the rear. We believe the application is very modest and reasonable. The planning have no objection with the proposal, even with the original proposal, without these improvements. And one other point that I want to mention is that even with getting side setback and length variance, the proposed lot coverage is even less than allowed. That's my presentation for now, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
I do. I'm looking at your architectural elevations, and I'm seeing that the height of that rear platform is about, like, I think it's 3 meters, 35 centimeters, correct?
I believe there is a dimension there, yes.
Okay.
Let me double check on my
Okay.
drawing as well.
And so when I'm also, okay, then I want to also refer to, okay, so when I look at this second floor plan.
The height of the deck is 2.2
Sorry.
meter.
Okay. Sorry, the height of the rear platform is 2.2 meters?
To be accurate, 2.24. Yes, 7 feet 4 inches.
Okay. And I'm just going to see, it projects out, it appears to project out pretty substantively into the rear yard.
Yes, almost.
Have you thought of, sorry?
Like any other deck, the reason for this projection is to have a size that the client will be able to put a furniture there for like an outdoor dining or sitting area. And I want to also mention that the rear setback is too big. It's more than 80 feet. So it's a quite big lot, and definitely my client wants to enjoy the backyard, but still the projection of the deck is not a variance because it's now considered as a balcony, and that's why it's not in the list of the variances.
But there is a variance to allow for the size of it. I think my
yes.
Okay, so I think have you thought about privacy impacts onto the adjacent property? Because you are very close. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Have you considered privacy impacts onto the adjacent property to the north? You are pretty close to that. You do project pretty substantively, and you are pretty close to that north property line, and it is also pretty tall.
Yes, we have discussed our proposal with the neighbor, and the both adjacent neighbors are supporting our case, so they have no concern about this because we have 6 foot setback from the property line, and also the neighbor has another 6 foot setback on his side. So there is a big distance between the two buildings. And as I mentioned, we have reviewed the drawings with both neighbors, and they both are supporting our proposal.
Can we pull up the most recent site plan? And just a question for the agent, has the most recent site plan, is that reflective of the changes that we discussed on the notice? Or, because I do notice that there may have been a increased setback, side yard setback on the rear platform. I just don't see it reflected in the site plan.
Yes, it is reflected. There is a dimension at the rear, and for the deck, and for the building, it's 6 foot at the rear. It's still 4 foot at the front for the building, but the platform and the rear portion of the building have more setback.
Okay, so just specifically with respect to variance 1, which we've taken out, that was pertaining to the walkout deck at the rear.
No, it was it was for the sorry, you said walkout. I thought you're talking about the walkout stairs from the basement. Yes, it is related to the setback of the rear deck.
And what is the proposed setback of the deck now?
It's 1.83.
Okay, because it looks to be in line with the side main wall, and which is noted as with a 1.22 setback. So I just maybe ask again: does the site plan up to date?
This is up to date, and I think maybe it doesn't show correctly. If you go to the, for example, main floor plan, as you see in all floor plans, the building itself has more setback at the rear now, where the family room is. We have more setback, so there is a step back in the side wall of the building. The deck is aligned with the rear portion of the building, and consequently, both have more setback at the rear.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you for helping to clarify that. I do see the revised changes reflected in the most recent set of plans. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
have any other questions? The applicant agent? Not at this time? Okay. We've got another speaker, Mr. Wilson from 18 Yorkview Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Wilson is unable to attend due to a conflict, but I believe Anne will be speaking on behalf of him.
Okay, and I believe it's Miss McConnell, I believe, from 33 Yorkview Drive. I just want to confirm that we only allow. I want to be careful here, and I'm actually gonna ask our.
Mr. Chair, it sounds like she's speaking for two people, which is fine.
Okay.
Right? She's speaking for Mr. Wilson, and then
Right.
she's going to speak for herself, which I understand are two different addresses.
Very good. Okay. The floor is yours. Yes, and I just in case our staff didn't get it, if you could just restate your name and address for us.
Okay, now I've turned it on.
And I
Thank you, yeah.
actually ask you to state your name, address, and who you're representing.
Exactly.
And then when you speak a second time, we'll
Gotcha.
provide that clarification for us.
My name is Anne McConnell. I live at 33 Yorkview Drive, and I'm speaking on behalf of my neighbor, Doug Wilson, who lives at 18 Yorkview Drive. And the reason I'm speaking for him, he was to be here. He was dialed in from 1:30 onward. He hung on till about 5:30. He phoned in from a plane. He's had to make an emergency medical flight to see relatives. And he has emailed the staff and asked if we could put up his letter. And he's asked me to say a few words about his letter.
Okay, very well.
And so I would like to start on behalf of Mr. Wilson to mention that you didn't have his letter listed in the number of objection letters that you have on file. I wish to point out that there are 17 letters, 17 different neighbors of this stretch of Yorkview Drive that have submitted letters. Most of the letters were submitted the first time the application came up. It got deferred for the sign not having been posted on the property, the public sign. So all the letters are still there on file. It got deferred to the second time, and Mr. Wilson came both the first time and the second time. The second time it was deferred again, and there were additional letters submitted. There's more than 17 letters from neighbors, but there's 17 distinct addresses, including Mr. Wilson's here. So I wanted to clarify that. I have copies of all the letters here if you wish, but hopefully you've seen them. They're in the file. They're in the supporting documents. The sign deferral happened a second time, and so that's why we're here this third time. Mr. Wilson was aware of the fact that a new site plan would be presented today, and he says that he still objects to variance 7, the fact that they've squeaked in the line to be not fully 1.2 meters, rather 1.8 meters at the rear part of the house does not alleviate Mr. Wilson's concern about the set yard, and he says there is a standard in this block of no side yard variances at all. He's also concerned about the length variance, and I think that's in his letter there. And he's also, so he's concerned about variance 7, variance 4, and he's also concerned about variance 5. And I noted the discussion about variance 5, the size of the back deck. He mentions in his letter that 7 Lurgan, and 7 Lurgan is directly, you almost need to now look at the plot of all the houses. I don't know what that's called, but that shows where all the homes are. But 7 Lurgan is just around the corner, and yeah, that's the one. 7 Lurgan is not the one right in the corner in the garage, but so it is to the north. You were asking about a property to the north. Is the property to the north? Can someone point it out? Towards the rear of the property that we're discussing today, number 22? I'm hoping you see it. It's just off Lurgan. Is it? Yeah, exactly. That's the one. And the owner of that property did come to the first committee of adjustment, and it got deferred because no sign was posted. She's unable to come today as well. Mr. Wilson does say in his comments here he was going to speak on behalf of her as well. She sees that rear deck. She will see that rear deck. She will see that extra length, and they're concerned about both the length and about the size of that deck. It will be basically looking into her bedroom. And I noted the discussion about they want an extra big deck just so they can have some parties out there or some, enjoy their property. So do the adjacent neighbors at number 7. And also Mr. Wilson is at number 18. He's also in that immediate corner vicinity of Lurgan that I was just showing you there. It's very hard to represent, cover everything he wanted me to say when he's on an airplane and he desperately wanted to be here. But I think that pretty much covered. Well, he also speaks in his letter about variant 6. This also would be along with side yard setbacks, of which there are none on this street. He is concerned with the variant 6, which is also out of character with this street. There's no such variance. So I think that's everything. I believe that covers what points that he sent me by text and email this afternoon to cover off.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have any questions? No questions. Okay. I'd like to move on to our next speaker. From 35 Yorkview Drive, we have somebody here in person. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Dan Shuralov, 35 Yorkview Drive. I've been at this address with my family from 2002, like 20 plus years. I bought old house and I built new one, and I make sure that I conform all bylaws. So I mean saying that all new houses, they can follow bylaws. Lots on our street, they're pretty wide, like 50 feet. So there is no absolutely justification to have reduced side yard setbacks, because lot is 50 feet. You can build a big house and you do not need to reduce this side yard setbacks. And this is what affects everybody on street. You can maybe extend a little bit to the back if it's not bothering your neighbors, because only neighbors can see that. But side yard can see everybody, and you see no green spaces. You can see bricks, and this is not characteristics of our street, of our neighbors. We want to preserve character of our street, where we have 6 feet side yard setbacks, and we do not have buildings higher than supposed to be by following bylaws and everything else. So I oppose reducing side yard setbacks, and height and everything else should follow bylaws on our street.
Okay, thank you.
And I submitted also some letters where I put more technical details.
Yes, and I believe that we received those as part of our package. So I thank you for that submission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
And just mention, this is my third time trying to say something. And I'm not a builder, I'm not a constructor, so it's my free time. And I expect like you to defend like those who live on the street and defend our neighborhood, just to make sure that everybody follows the same rules.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. McConnell, would you like to approach the podium and I presume you'll be speaking on behalf of your own address now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes. So good afternoon again, or evening. My name is Ann McConnell, 33 Yorkview Drive. So a nearby neighbor, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the Edithdale Young Community Association, where I am the vice president. Yes, and thank you very much. Staff have brought up my presentation. So this presentation, again, was prepared back for the first hearing, and along with the 17 letters of objection, 17 addresses for which there are letters of objection. So 22 Yorkview Drive is within our association boundary, and it's specifically in the Yorkview Drive east of Senlac neighborhood. This is an enclave that runs east from Senlac, then north to Bevdale. The addresses run from number 2 to number 48 Yorkview Drive. Again, on that map we were just looking at, you can see it's an L-shaped Cook. We'd have to look at that other map again, but it's a very specific stretch of Yorkview Drive. So neighbors from that very specific stretch, 17 different addresses in that immediate stretch, have submitted letters of objection, each requesting that this application be refused. This is because each one of the proposed variances would individually set an undesirable, unneeded new precedent and are not minor in this neighborhood. I noticed that the applicant said that they had received letters of support or had support from number 24 and number 20, adjacent neighbors. We find no such letters on file. There are no such letters on file on the supporting documentation. We do have amongst the 17 neighbors, as I was pointing out before, we have the backyard neighbors, the side yard neighbors, neighbors across the street in this stretch of Yorkview Drive. There are many big and beautiful new builds in this area, including many owned by some of the 17 neighbors who are objecting. None of these new builds have needed or received such variances as being requested here. And this application is a typical lot in this area. It's nothing different. We notice that the application indicates that the structure is not a fit with the area, and we agree because of all of these variances. So we specifically object to the side yard variances, variance number 7, which has been retained. And our concerns there are not mitigated whatsoever by some change in the rear part of the house, because that does nothing to affect the streetscape and the privacy of the neighbors in that part of the house, the rear part of the house. This would be an undesirable precedent and negatively impact a key defining characteristic of this neighborhood is the 1.8 meter side yard setback. It's been retained, and maybe we can switch now to the next slide, please. The 1.8 meter side yard setback has been retained 100% in this neighborhood through the redevelopment that has been ongoing in this area for some time, right through to present. All 19 new builds that we depict in the next 2 slides and all Committee of Adjustment decisions on this stretch have retained the 1.8 meters with variances either not requested in some of the cases, many of the cases, or if they were requested, a 1.5 meter setback, not even a 1.2 meter setback. If those were requested, they were all refused by this committee over the past, right up to the most recent building still under construction there, number 25 Yorkview Drive, through to all of the ones you see here. And just, examples on this slide and on the next slide where variances refused at Committee of Adjustment for anything less than 1.8 meter setbacks were number 25 under construction still, number 21, number 39, number 47, 48, and all of the rest of them didn't even request it. These pictures sort of show walking down the street what you'll see as the look and feel of the street, the greenery space, room for trees, room for runoff. It is a very wet area. There are underground streams here. Everyone has sump pumps. The visual spacing and the privacy making for the look and feel of this streetscape in this stretch, which is a desired and defining feature for all the new builds in this stretch. Okay, so just moving right along here. We would ask why reduced setbacks would be needed now. That would need to be explained, and I don't think there is an explanation given this lot is typical and not been needed or granted for any of the other 19 new builds in the area. It would be unheard of here in this area for this variance to be setting a precedent. So I wanted to continue on beyond side yard setbacks. As I noted in the first slide that, in fact, most of those new builds have no variances whatsoever. That is also a characteristic of this street. There are a few truly minor or technical invisible variances which do not impact the neighbors. They're not visible, they don't affect privacy or anything like that, or enjoyment of property.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted, the other 2 variances I wanted to call out, which do affect privacy and enjoyment of property of the neighbors, is variance 4 for the extra length. The 1.82 meters is unheard of in this area. There is no, it's not in the range of anything that's approved in this area. And number 5, the oversized rear deck. We hear that it's being reduced, proposed to be reduced, but this applicant just last week, or the last Committee of Adjustment, the staff report for another property for this 3-story idea, which we understand is a technical thing and hopefully, would not set a general precedent. but that the deck, that staff report said 23 meters squared would be more in the norm of what gets approved in this kind of a technical three-story case. So I wanted to specifically point out those variances I've mentioned, and we're asking overall for those to be refused.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Mr. Auspitz?
Sorry. You had mentioned that you have you had mentioned that there was no examples of reduced side yard setbacks in this neighborhood.
Correct.
Where did you get this information from? Have you?
Because we know that the neighbors all know each other, so this is a very tight-knit street, and this group of neighbors have gone to committee adjustment time after time after time. We have got the records of decision. I've got some of them with me today. And we live and own in 17 of those properties, the letters that have been submitted. So we know this to be the case. There are no precedents, and it's been refused every time.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question concerning the front door elevation height. You've shown precedent photos in the neighborhood that you've taken, and I'm gauging, usually by counting the number of steps, but just sort of in relation, I noticed, with respect to the variance for the front door height that's being requested, are there other properties that afford similar heights? Because I'm going to ask the applicant the same question. I want to provide them the opportunity, but I mean,
yes.
You seem to be referred to as a local expert, so I'd ask you as well.
Yeah. Yeah, on that stretch of Yorkview Drive, and in that, so we're talking about, again, that L-shaped stretch of Yorkview Drive, there are no variances in that regard.
Sorry?
With regard to the height of the deck?
The front
front door height. No.
Okay.
No. I certainly, if you ask me other variances, I can tell you where they are and what they were, but that one, there are none.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay, thank you. I am going to now provide the applicant a chance to respond.
Thank you for the neighbors for sharing their concerns. As I mentioned, we carefully have reviewed all the objective objection letters from the neighborhood, and that's why we made these improvements on the case. I believe this is a very modest and reasonable application, and we do have supportive letters. If the staff can pull them up, you can see that both adjacent neighbors who are most impacted people by our proposal are supporting our application. And for the required setback, I should mention that this statement that no side setback is approved in the neighborhood at all, I don't believe it's factual, and I'm sure that it's not out of character. That's why the planner is supporting the case and has no issue with the requested setback. And in fact, on the west side of the Senlak, the south side of the same drive, even the required setback is 4 feet. And here, if you look at the zoning designation, the required setback is 5 feet here, and only because exception number 5 applies to these properties, which is basically for the very wide lots, 6 foot setback is required. And I believe the physical character of the neighborhood is not about the numbers. It's the total building mass in regards to the width, length, height, and I should mention that the general building mass that we are proposing is within the allowed building envelope. We are not asking for any height or wall height. We are not asking for side setback on one side. The only portion that we don't comply with the setback is like half of the wall on one side. And if you calculate 6 foot and 4 foot setback on each side, and it's 10 foot in total, and it means 20% of the bit of the property is allocated to the side setback, which is very generous and adequate for access or light or everything. And with these improvements that we've made, even the rear deck has more setback. And for the address that one of the neighbors mentioned, 7 Largan, you can see that property on our site plan. It's exactly where the rear jog of the property line is located. And as you can see, the proposed deck is on the opposite side, and the neighbor who is more impacted by this proposed deck has no concern. We still we are still okay to provide a 6 foot height privacy screen on the side of the deck if the privacy is any concern. And also the length that we are asking for is just for the extension of the first floor in 1 story. It doesn't cause any shadow or privacy concerns. If you look at the side elevation, this building length is only for half of the building width and only on first floor. The staff has no concern with our proposal. We are asking for 7 variances. 3 of them are basically the consequence of the one same matter, that is technical 3-story building, and the rest is very common for this size of the lot and this neighborhood.
Okay,
That's it.
I'm going to jump in there.
The staff can pull up the supportive letters that we have from the adjacent neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Do we have any questions? I have one question for the agent. And I'm going to go back. It's a question for either the side yard setback or the height being requested for the front door elevation. Can you cite any precedent in the neighborhood that supports that variance?
For the height of the, actually I don't have any research in front of me to give you exact address, but I can explain the impact of the variance for the first floor height. There is a garage with minimum height, and the main story is on top of that, like any other regular house in the neighborhood and the whole North York area.
I understand.
The reason that we are asking for the first floor height is just to eliminate 1 step from inside and put 1 step outside instead. That's just for the comfort of the residents. It doesn't change anything for the height. It doesn't bring if we didn't ask for this variance, it wouldn't bring the whole building down for 1 foot. because the height of the building is determined based on the level of the garage and the first floor on top of that. So this basically is for the height of the foyer and decreasing the steps inside between the foyer and main floor and adding just one step to the outside. And it doesn't change anything. And even with that variance, we don't have any wall height or total height variance.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Auspitz, do you have any questions? No questions. Okay, we prepared to move this into committee for discussion. Okay. We are going into committee.
I have a few things. So in terms of interior side yard setbacks, in general, I'm wondering like how much they actually contribute to overall character. I think in terms of contributions to overall character, it's usually you're thinking about front yard setbacks, right? Because you don't want a dwelling to be more in front of another, much more. So reducing an interior side yard setback, I'm not really seeing that as very significant in terms of character. Same with the step height. It's a foot increase. It's a foot increase. I was looking at Google. I didn't really see very many, but I don't think it really does impact overall character. I think there was an earlier one where the steps went almost all the way out to the street, but this one, they are pretty recessed from the street. So I don't really have I don't really have very many concerns with those two. I do have some concerns with the rear variance number 5. The reason being is, I mean, when I was looking at the architectural elevations show the base at about 3 meters, 3 meters, 35 centimeters for that platform. And I have concerns regarding privacy for that variance. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to variance number 5, I did feel, certainly, you know, right off the bat, from a quantitative standpoint, it is quite a deviation from the zoning bylaw at 30 meters squared. Just pulling it up here. Yeah. And I do share similar concerns with respect to, you know, how we can mitigate privacy for a platform of that size. But I also, you know, recognize it's a bit, we have to be careful with the language here because, you know, what may be considered a second story, you know, from a perception standpoint, you know, maybe we may be talking about a first level deck or platform that's significantly lower in height, right?
Yes, but the platform is 3 meters, 35 centimeters in height.
Yeah.
That's my, I mean, I did look at the height when I was, and it is a pretty tall platform.
For especially one of that size. Yeah.
I don't have concerns with the rest of the variances, just the platform. If I don't know if anyone else has any other thoughts. I'm ready to move that. I'm ready to make a motion unless people have more thoughts on the relief sought.
Well, I mean, okay. I'm curious to see what your motion is. I presume where you're going with this. So I don't disagree with you. So I mean, just let you bring your motion.
So I'd like to motion to, I guess it's remove variance 1 as per the applicant's request, approve variance 2, approve variance 3, approve variance 4, refuse variance 5, approve variance 6, approve variance 7. Then I'd like to include the recommendation of staff, with the exception that staff's recommendation doesn't apply to the rear platform, because the rear platform wouldn't be permitted.
Can we pull up the staff recommendations? Okay. Right, this is the same staff report from, do we have that report from September? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So you're asking to include the recommendation of staff, but just be mindful of the fact that the variance for the platform is refused, okay, and therefore should be reflected. We have a conflict, perhaps a different wording, because they're asking to tie that rear elevation. So you omit that variance there. Can we pull up the attachment number 1 there? See. Because it would be, I mean, if it's in accordance with the elevation, but they don't have the variance, so they're required to reduce the size of that platform, and I don't see why planning staff may have an issue with that change, although I see where it can create some conflict because we're tying it specifically to that elevation. So I'd like to maybe perhaps start by understanding, what the intent of tying to the elevation is to prevent. I want to make sure that we're not opening the door on other variances for alterations by omitting that elevation. But I also want to make sure that we're not creating an issue, conflict of interest here.
I'm wondering if that condition was to identify the location of that platform. Yes. So, and I actually was going to suggest a slight amendment by totally refusing that variance for the platform. The applicant has no platform, and other than a 4-meter platform. So I'm wondering if we could maybe give them some of a platform bigger than 4. Or are you not comfortable with that?
I'm not comfortable with that. The reason being is because I like to go based on what they applied for. I don't want to go and give them, I don't feel comfortable giving them a number.
Okay.
I don't know what Simon had his mic on, so I'm wondering what he had to say.
That you're in the middle of a motion.
Yeah, I could pull this out of committee. We could ask the applicant if
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest you make a motion, or
Okay,
Mr. Art just finish his motion at this point.
all right.
We're not designing this for the applicant.
Yes, I
You
agree.
can, you make your motion as you feel appropriate at this point, please.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, so I'll revise that motion.
Okay.
And I'll say, instead of as per as per the rear elevation, I'll say as per as per the setback shown to the dwelling. So instead of rear elevation, setbacks to the dwelling exclusive of the platform. Would that work?
Well, it sounds like the recommendation is to acknowledge that they don't want the second story platform, right? So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why you want it, why you couldn't leave it as refusing variance 5. If that is your intention.
Okay. No, I hear what you're saying. Okay. I'm comfortable with what you're suggesting.
Once the variance is removed, I see a point there that it's not necessary to tie it to an elevation.
Okay.
In that case.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I understand. I will go with that. I'll restate the motion.
Sorry, I just, before you do, maybe to simplify it, you don't need to say which variances you are approving. You can simply say which ones you are refusing or modifying. Is that easier?
Okay. So, I'm going to motion to approve all variances except remove variance 1 at the request of the applicant and refuse variance 5. The reason being is all of the variances cumulatively meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan zoning bylaw are minor, except except the relief sought for variance number 5 is anticipated to have impacts on adjacent uses regarding privacy.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? We do not. Okay. So that motion fails. Thank you. Ms. Caston, I think your reservation was with respect to the size, limiting the size of the rear platform such that the applicant could still proceed with the proposal.
Well, the revised size is 27.2, just reminding, right? They changed it from 30, just to note that as well.
I mean, alternatively, we could address some of the privacy via screen. The motion is yours to make.
Could I say something before we move forward?
Of course.
We did, earlier on in the day, we did refuse a variance with probably less height. Probably less height. I think it might have been a little bit smaller. I know there was some unique circumstances. The deck kind of went along the rear property line, but this also does go along. This also does extend quite far out into the rear yard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with your concern, certainly to at least limit the size of the platform. I think that generally is your concern with the variance itself, not necessarily the fact that there is a variance, but the quantity of the variance.
Yes, that's correct.
Are we still discussing at this point?
I'm waiting for a motion. but I'm not going to prohibit any discussion. You guys?
I was just going to counter my colleague's comment about that deck that was refused. It was also extending far out from the rear dwellings, back of the dwellings of the adjacent properties. In this case, it's not that far. Okay, well, I'll put another motion forward to approve the notice. To approve the variances, save and accept variance 1, which has been removed, and the variance 5 as amended to 27.2 square meters, and subject to conditions that the that this rear platform deck be have privacy panels on the, I'm sorry, I don't know which elevation I'm talking about now. On the sides of the, on both sides of the deck. Second story platform.
I believe you're talking about the south.
Thank you. South and north.
Is there a height for the privacy panels?
Good question.
Typically between 1.2 to 1.5, I believe, is standard of the committee.
Yes. All right, I'll just clarify that wording a little bit. On the condition that there be privacy panels, screening on the north and south sides of the proposed deck platform at the second story of a height with a height of 1.5 meters from the floor of the deck platform.
Yes, I second that.
Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All in favor? The application is approved in part with condition. Yes, sorry. Thank you for that. Did you, when I said all in favor, did you? Okay. Mr. Auspitz is opposed. Yep, opposed. Mr. Auspitz. So Mr. Fazeli, Ms. Casson is approved. Mr. Auspitz is opposed. Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's been a long day. We're moving on to the last file number. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we've got two more. So, number 31, 34 Claireville Crescent. It's an application to construct a new ancillary structure in the rear yard of the subject property. This application was also deferred back in September. We've got requested variances for the proposed height of the structure, as well as lot coverage. Okay.
Good evening, committee. Jonathan Benskowski.
Good evening. Can you please state your address for us?
Yes, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay. I believe you're the only speaker on this item. I'm going to ask committee if they anybody needs a presentation on this. I see head shaking. Okay. With that in mind, I'll just turn it back to the agent. If there's anything you want to say, I should also ask if you're making any changes to the application or moving forward as submitted.
No, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to move forward, and I'm happy to hear a motion from you without a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move this into committee. I actually, before we get into any discussion or motions, I did not note some of the items on file. Just want to make sure that we don't have any recommendations from staff on this item. We don't say anything. Okay, thank you. Okay. Nothing. Sure. Would the applicant like to add anything?
No, I'm okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Ms. Katzen?
I was just going to say, it appears to be clearance from urban forestry, but they appear to have a permit for tree
Do
protection.
you have a question? Would you like to ask a question of the applicant?
Oh, sorry, no.
No? Okay.
So if the staff could just confirm that, because I'm checking, and there's no forestry report, right?
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
There's nothing, right? Okay, thank you.
Great. Ms. Casson? No questions. Oh, I thought you were ready to make a motion.
There's no one here to speak to the application?
Well, the agent's here, but
Yes.
I don't think we
sorry,
need a full
anybody else?
presentation.
No.
Do we have a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion for approval. I think these variances are minor and within the intent of the zoning bylaw to permit.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Mr. Aspetz. And all in favor? Mr. Fazeli, thank you. Unanimous. Motion is passed.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. The application is approved. Lastly, item number 32.
Good evening, committee.
Just a moment.
Fausto Cortez.
278 Burnett Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a two-story dwelling with a walk-up, covered porch, covered loggia, and paved walkway. And this application was also previously deferred. We're back on October 12th. In terms of variances, we're looking at the proposed building length, lot coverage, rear yard setback, number of stories, east side front exterior main wall height, west side rear exterior main wall height, front yard setback, and parapet height. On file, I have application material from the applicant, including an arborist report, as well as a memorandum from Urban Forestry requesting their standard conditions. We have the agent here.
Good evening, committee. My name is Fausto Cortez, 3590 Rutherford Road. I'm the agent representing the owner in this matter.
Good evening. Just give us one moment, please.
Sure.
Can you just state your address for us?
3590 Rutherford Road, unit number 7.
Thank you.
Vaughan, Ontario, L4H3T8.
Brief presentation. Okay. I'm going to ask for a brief presentation on this one.
Absolutely, I would love to.
Thank you.
So this is a very challenging site, actually. As you can tell, it's a very oddly shaped site. We're actually the third architecture firm that's been on this project to try to put together a dwelling. I guess 2 of them haven't succeeded. Hopefully I can succeed. We have a great client. Actually, one of our mandates was to try to improve the setbacks and move away from the adjacent property owners as much as we possibly could. In terms of, so in taking on the project, we pulled out all the previous variances in the area to see what the precedent cases were and to see how we could position the house since it is such a awkwardly shaped house. If you'll notice in the bottom corner, front corner, the angle between the 2 property lines is 129 degrees. 130 is actually the angle required for the other side to be the front yard. So it's a very, very unique lot. So that's why the short side of this dwelling is considered the front yard, and that's why many of our variances are setbacks. When working with planning, we requested if, even though there was no precedent cases, if we could come closer to the front property lines because it is a corner lot. Planning agreed and said that yes, that would be something that they would be looking for if we could achieve that. So we did that. We tried to. We actually provided the committee with a site plan with a blue line indicating where the existing house is on the property, and you'll see that our property, our proposal is further away than the existing home. So we've improved the rear yard setback and we've improved the side yard setback. We feel that the 3rd story or 3-story variance is a technical variance, similar to other applications this evening and prior this afternoon, because the garage walks in onto a mudroom, which is on the landing. Because that is an oversized landing, they're considering that as the story closest to the basement, because of the new definition of main floor, causing this to be considered a 3-story dwelling. So other than that little landing, the entire rest of the dwelling is 2 stories in height. Previously, our previous proposal had a sloped roof. We were encouraged by planning to try a flat roof design. So we've gone to that flat roof option, which greatly improved the actual overall height from what we previously were proposing. And we had many variances many properties in the area that actually were approved at higher heights, them being 238 Burnett, 171 Burndale, and 231 Burnett, actually to flat roofs. And then in terms of slope and height of roofs, there's many different examples. 4 of them being 205 Elmhurst, 208 Burnett, 194 Burnett, and 211 Burnett. Other than that, I believe that would sum up what we felt were our concerns on the property, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, with apologies, the wrong forestry matrix was attached to the agenda package. We can put the correct one
Yes.
up top.
Yeah, you can pull that up.
So there is no forestry.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have supplied our arborist report.
Yes, thank you. I do see that in the file.
I have a question for the applicant. Regarding variance number 8, the height of the parapet, is that only, it appears from the elevation drawings that's only in certain areas of the roof?
Absolutely, you are correct. It's only in certain areas. The the parapet height goes up and down. The majority of it is down. There are certain areas that it is up.
Thank you.
That's just to create a dynamic elevation.
No other questions? Okay. Prepared to move into committee?
Okay, I think overall it's an excellent design. I mean, it's an excellent use of space. There's not much you can do with a lot like that generally. They basically provided architectural frontage on two sides of the street. Yeah, I think it's an excellent proposal overall.
Okay. Would you like to bring a motion? Take your time.
I don't see any conditions, correct? I don't see any requested conditions, so I would like to move forward with the motion to approve.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay. The motion carries. The application
Thank you,
is
committee.
approved. Thank you.
It was an honor to close out the evening.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our hearing today. Do we have any motion? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I would be pleased to move a motion to adjourn.
Do we have a seconder? Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.